Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick and Bebe, and it is time to talk about some Splinterlands. How are y'all doing today out there in Twitchland? And of course, first we got coffee.
Yes.
How are you doing today, Bebe?
I'm good. Just enjoying the beach, and stuff.
Alrighty, fantastic on that West Coast beach. How you liking life out
Yeah.
there in Cali?
Uh, it's good. I mean, it's a step up since I moved here from Vegas like half a year ago, and there it was hell, like during summer especially. So I find it a bit refreshing here. I enjoy the temperature better than Vegas, and getting used to it already. Feels good.
Yeah, definitely still a little hot, but that ocean breeze makes a hell of a difference, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't think I knew you were from Vegas either. How long were you there for?
Like 5 years maybe.
Nice. Last
Five,
time I
like
went to Vegas, I ended
17.
up married.
Oh well, my condolences.
Well, I and it's kind of funny to say it that way because I mean it's true, but at the same time, like actually went to Vegas to get married, which that should have been red flag number one. Actually, that should have been red flag like number dozen because there were plenty that came even before that one. But no, I actually enjoyed the city, and that was the only time I've been to Vegas. And it was only, we were there for, I think, like 2.5 days. So really did not get to experience it all, but it was cool. And then
Maybe that's why you enjoyed it.
maybe that's why I enjoyed it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Cali, I definitely did not enjoy. I've been there twice. The first time was on my way out to Okinawa. Um, and I was there just long enough to have everything I owned on the planet stolen from me.
Well,
So I
not a
will
good
never set
experience.
foot in LA
Well,
again.
that's what I was going to say. So you probably been to LA,
Yeah.
and LA, yeah, it's a nightmare. I'm in Orange County, and it's like a different state. It's like no wow, there is some traffic, but it's so much more peaceful here. It's like it's totally different. I don't like LA neither.
Yeah, no, and I understand that LA is not California. So like for a while I wanted to write off the entire state. No, I understand that especially Northern California is a completely different world from LA, and even other parts of Southern California are still not LA. Like I get that now, but yeah, it was a terrible experience cuz I had literally just I rode a Greyhound bus from Missouri down to Orlando, and then 3 days later, I got on a bus in Orlando to go to LA so that I could get on a flight at LAX going to Okinawa for my first duty station when I was in the Marine Corps. So, young kid, like just barely 18. I turned 18 on boot leave. So it was like I'm not even a month over 18 yet on my way out to Okinawa, and I took this bus across country, and I swear to God, that was one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. Just buying food at those bus stops for the course of that 6 days on the bus cost me more than it would have cost me to fly. So, like, just the
Yeah.
food, not even counting the tickets. And then when I got there, like, got to the Greyhound station, got off the bus, got all my shit, got in a cab at the cab stand, just, there's a dozen cabs waiting. I just take the first one and get to the airport, and I turn around after paying the guy, reach in to grab my carry on, tell him to pop the trunk, and this motherfucker just peels out and takes off, and like peels
Wow.
out quick enough that the door slamming on my arm like almost broke my fucking arm. All my shit's still in the car. I call police report all of that shit, and I come to find out that this guy has actually pulled this raft like at least 13 times that they know of. Dude killed the cab driver and stole the car. and we'll just go to the bus station and or wherever, train station, wherever, or at the airport, whatever, but pick somebody up with their luggage, go somewhere else, and then just take the fuck off on them. And yeah, that was just ridiculous.
Killed the cab driver, you said?
Yeah, yeah, straight up murdered the cab driver, stole his car, and then used it to, pull one over on unsuspecting tourists like me.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a terrible experience. And of course, never caught the guy, never got anything back from it. Like, that was just lesson number one. Welcome to the real world, motherfucker. Like, god damn. That was harsh. I got took for everything I owned.
That's like a movie, man. And like you're telling me plot for a movie. Just like wow. You're not making this shit up, right?
Oh no, no, that legit, like, that was my first experience, like, in the real world after boot camp, and all of my, there's a couple other phases of training, but yeah, like, done with my training, headed out to my first duty station over in Okinawa, spent a year over there. That was one of the best years of my life. That was amazing, and despite landing on the island and not owning a goddamn thing. Like, I had the clothes that I was wearing and a check from my mom for like $450 in my pocket. And so, like, when I landed, I was able to go and buy some uniforms and whatnot, and the USO had hooked me up with some toiletries. Like, that was it. That's what I got. But thankfully it's like on base living, so at that point it was fairly easy. Just had to get the shit that I was going to have in order for check-ins and work and everything like that, new camouflage fatigues and everything like that, and then just started slowly replacing all the uniforms, replacing my books, replacing my CDs. The CDs was what hurt the most, because it was well over 15,000 CDs. Like, I'm a music head, and
I
it
mean,
was.
I guess it's good that he just took your luggage because if he a killer, I mean, would have just been the next victim, So I mean, good that it was just the luggage.
Yeah, I mean, way to put a positive spin on shit, man.
No, I mean, you have to look for some positives, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I get it. I've been also a lot more on the positive thinking aspect of things, and trying to stay on, always look on the bright side of life.
and and
Love it.
and somebody and actually Zart from the streamers.
Oh, Cryptozard? Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, they both awesome with Bex. They're Brits. I have never
Yep.
heard about Monty Python, man.
Wait,
I was
what?
like, I was
What?
like, what? Yeah,
Bro,
the whole
that's
chat was offended,
insane.
man.
Bex
Yeah,
actually, she did a new logo for me. I'm not ready to unveil it quite yet. We're still getting things totally set up and everything, but yeah, within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be unveiling a new logo, and I'm very excited about that. And it is her handiwork. So
yeah, but yeah, that was strange, and like nobody saw it coming.
yeah, I just like. And I had actually just probably a month or two ago, I rewatched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and I had forgotten how funny that shit is, like, all the way through. Like, of course, everybody's got the parts that they remember vividly that are stuck in their mind, like use the holy hand grenade, and getting taunted by the French on the top of the castle, and like building the wooden rabbit, and then it gets catapulted back out at them, and the catapulted cows, like the Dark Knight. Like, everybody remembers certain aspects, and of course those are hilarious, and like the bridge of death, and but I had just forgotten how just solid fucking gold that thing is all the way through. Like, it just doesn't let up. And I was in stitches. Like I was damn near crying at some parts, and I was alone. I was watching this shit alone, and like I don't really laugh out loud consistently when I'm watching something alone the same way I do if I'm watching it with someone else, like even stand up. But nah, that shit just had me in stitches. I had forgotten how good it was.
And I take it you're not very religious.
No, no, all
Yeah,
religions are cults.
yeah. Okay. We agree. We agree. But
I've been
you
saying
like
for a
Monty
long
Python.
time that the Joker is the second greatest fictional character of all time, and that is why Batman is the best superhero. Or a superhero is uh, defined by their villains to a point, and nobody, and I mean nobody, has a villain like the Joker. So Batman is the best superhero because the Joker is the best villain. He is the second greatest fictional character of all time. And that always leads to the follow up question of, well, then
It's
who is the greatest fictional character of all time? Jesus.
Jesus. Yeah. Okay. We agree on that.
Like I believe that there is a first mover, like there is something outside the universe that happened to cause the bang, but I believe that the capacity of human understanding to even begin to recognize what that is zero. Like it's just it is so outside of our comprehension that any attempt to actually quantify and understand it is futile, and any attempt to teach somebody else what it is inherently misleading and full of shit. Like if you're trying to tell somebody else about God, it's because you're trying to trick them out of their money or their free will or their power or something. Like
Yeah,
there's in my eyes there is no possibility of understanding what is outside the universe.
they're just yeah for controlling masses. I agree with you.
Yeah,
It's been
and I
have
mean
been through
they've
the
played their
century.
part ridiculously well, but that part is thankfully passing, and I'm not even going to say the necessity because I don't know the church was ever necessary, but its usefulness is passing. Like there was a point at human history where it was a good thing for drawing people together, and, and much like government itself, like necessary throughout our past, but those purposes have been fulfilled. There is a better way to move forward, and the problem of getting stuck in the past and this kind of, especially when you like look at religion and government are the two biggest reasons for human death in history. So like there's
Uh,
every
I
single
w-
war has either been started over gods or borders.
yeah, I was going to say that yeah, I mean it's probably useful in the sense that people that are down, people that are desperate or whatnot, they can find something to believe in and something to make themselves feel better. But the negative effects are outnumbering the positive tenfold. So
Oh yeah, absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, I understand a lot of the arguments in favor of religion, like as far as morality and as far as community. But I mean, you can find a community that doesn't revolve around worshiping a god or turning over, control of your own life. I mean, look at Splinterlands. We have an amazing fucking community, and it's not like, you know, Uncle Aggie is, the be all and end all, and if you don't do what he says, you're going to fucking hell. Like you don't have to live in mortal fear of displeasing your overlord. No, we have an amazing community that is built on the fact that we all have common interests and love this fucking game, and we can disagree on things without killing each other. We can even have conversations with people who play other games without killing each other. Like, I
imagine,
don't
yeah,
have to kill you because you worship a different invisible man than me. Like, we can have community without that negative aspect of of that's so prevalent with religion, and then also like yeah, religion has given a lot of people a lot of hope that would have found it difficult to find it in other places. I'll give them that, but that is false hope that is based on an expectation of a life after death, which I can't prove that that does not exist, but I absolutely don't believe it does. When you die, you rot or you get burned or whatever, but it's basically a long darkness. That's my belief because I have no proof to the contrary. Um,
Yeah.
and like, yeah, I think, when you die, that's it. And honestly, that somewhat does seem preferable to the hell that is life on Earth. So, I can't, I'm not saying I'm gonna do anything. I'm enjoying my life as much as I can while I'm here. But I don't think
Well, it
anybody can.
lasts.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody can really disagree that life is pain. So death does seem like a sweet release, but at the same time, yeah, when it's it, that's it. Like, you take advantage of everything that you can while you're here because you don't get another go round, in my opinion.
At, at least not that we are aware of. And yeah, my opinion is the same. It's like uh, I don't know what it's after that, but uh, I'm not just waiting to find out. It's like for me, it's the end of the movie.
Yeah.
But if 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 there is if there is any sequel, anyways, I wouldn't be aware of it because if I would be aware then, I would have been aware now that I had a prequel, and I don't know of any. So yeah,
Right?
no
Yeah.
need to
No,
to
that's actually a very solid point there. Like, if there it was a prequel, then I don't know about it. If there will be a sequel, I have no way to know that. I have no way to prove that. So I'm not ruling out the possibility, but I'm definitely not like hell bent on that being the truth either. Like, I can't say it's not, but I also can't prove that it is. So I'm just kind of making the best of what I got and go from there.
even if there is a sequel, you won't be Rick on the Mountain anyway. So I mean, and you wouldn't remember anything from Rick on the Mountain.
Right, and yeah, some people, oh, past life regressions and whatnot. And you know what? If that's what makes you happy, do it. At least you're not killing anybody over it. Like, I kind of feel a lot of the woo woo non religious but more spiritual stuff. Like, a lot of that stuff's crap too. But at least it's not causing wars. And, like, find your hope wherever you want to. That's fine as long as it's not causing problems for other people. And ideally, if it's not causing problems for you either, and a lot of people it is, there's still problems, but it's still better than organized sham religion, and especially than organized sham religion being fucking tax free. Like, goddamn, tax the fucking churches. What the fuck? That's the biggest racket in history. That's like the billionaires paying zero in taxes. Like, tax the churches, tax the billionaires, and a lot of these problems go the fuck away. I'm not saying that it solves everything, but it definitely solves a lot.
You're
Fucking.
aware that we will be very unpopular after this video, right?
Oh yeah, I'm used to not being popular. Have you met me? Like, I,
Well, I was thinking, were you not at Splinterfest?
I was not. I wish, but I'm broke, so the it was not something I was able to make a reality. But
Yeah.
I come hell or high water, I'll be at Splinterfest too if it's in the states.
Yeah. Well,
Like
uh,
it's
I
if
just when I was thinking, I think I saw Rick on the Mountain. Like I can imagine the name tag, but then you said you've only been once to Vegas on your wedding, so I was like, probably not. Probably just imagining.
yeah, no, that was a little bit before Splinterlands existed actually. That was probably when Aggie was still actually working as a PhD chemist. I want to
Uh,
have him on and not even talk about Splinterlands. Like, I want to have Aggie on for an off the cuff. And that's what I want to talk. I want to pick his brain, like as the PhD chemist. When he dropped that in a town hall, I think last month was the first time that I'd actually heard him say that, and I was just like, "Holy shit!" Like, I know everybody's got a background before Splinterlands, but like that is just so fucking cool. Like, I would have never guessed that the lead designer of this game that has already changed my life and brought me into this community and whatnot. I would never would have guessed it in his pre Web3 life. He was a fucking chemist. That's dope as hell. And I can't believe that there's still people out there that are thinking Aggie is stupid. Like, you might be able to question a decision that he has made, but to try and say that that man is not intelligent is patently disingenuous. Like, shove that right up your asshole,
I mean, not
cause
only chemist, but at highest level.
exactly,
I
like
mean, he
you
has a
you don't get
PhD.
PhD anything being a
Yeah.
dumbass. Like, that's just not how shit works. But yeah,
Yeah.
so with gaming, what was your first game? What was your introduction to this wild and crazy, super fun world that we all love so much?
Uh, I'm thinking something of the boundaries of Asian vendors and Moon Patrol, probably.
Okay,
There was there was one game, I think Pong, or not the one that you play like with the ball inside of the field, but you just go and dig some holes and some monsters go inside and you go over the. It's just like those 8-bit games from the past. But my first meaningful actually game that I have good memory of was Leisure Larry in the Fast Lane, Part One.
oh, okay,
That
okay.
was Quest, and actually I was just starting to learn English, and the game helped me a lot because I mean it was in English, and I had to figure out what actually they're saying. Yeah, it actually in a way helped me with my learning English since it's not my mother tongue.
And see, that's awesome. And yeah, I could kind of tell with that accent is about thick as
Yeah.
dripping molasses in winter. Where is the accent from?
I'm Eastern European actually. I'm from Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, cool.
Yeah. And it's similar to the Russian accent, you know.
Yeah, I could tell that it was obviously similar there. I wasn't gonna say, so are you Russian? Because I don't want to make an assumption, but I could tell it's definitely within that general area, um, but also a little bit gentler than a lot of the actual Russian accents that I've heard.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
trying. I'm trying. I mean, it doesn't come naturally, but I'm trying because I have heard enough people around me and Russians as well speak English, and I know how it sounds. And I know I'll never speak um, English without an accent. I made my peace with that, but at least I'm trying to, yeah, not talk like Russian.
yeah, and I mean, there's always a degree of kind of gradation there, because like I also had an accent to get rid of, but at least it was like an accent on English because I'm Canadian. So we talk a little bit differently up there, eh? Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
what you're talking
Canada.
about. And like but it's still the same language, so it's a lot easier to kind of shed. And in all honesty, I never even thought about it. It's just I moved young enough, and then I've moved around enough that I feel, in all honesty, like I've probably got components from all over the place. I definitely ain't got no southern accent. I definitely don't sound like your average Floridian. I don't sound like the average motherfucker from Detroit or from Colorado either. Like, I've got little bits of everywhere I've been, and I think that it all kind of melds in, and that's one of the things I love about traveling. Is all that's also how my mind works. It's
Yeah, I had my fair bits of traveling when I was younger, working on cruise ships and whatnot.
Oh no shit! You've worked on cruise ships. That's dope.
Yeah.
I actually sold cruises for a while. I'm like got up to the expert plus range with like Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, um, Holland America, Princess, like all of those cruise lines. I'm like I took all of the classes with all of them and got to their highest levels of certification, so I knew what the hell I was talking about with all of them, and
Yeah.
I had so much fun selling those. Selling cruises and whatnot, it was good stuff. But yeah, I'm
But
not
it was
really.
fun. Definitely, it was fun traveling the world, and like in general, since I was maybe around 21, I barely have been my country at all. I mean, I lived 5 years in Dubai, then I went on the cruise ships, then I lived like 6 7 months in Scotland, and about the same time in UK in England, and then I came here. So I was married to a Filipino, so I've been to Philippines to a couple of weeks. Well, but traveling is fun. Seeing different people, different nationalities, like different cultures, and definitely fun. I miss it, but
Oh
Oh
crap!
crap.
Have I
Have
been?
I been?
I
I
really hope
really
I have
hope I
not
have
been
not been
muted this
muted this
entire time
entire
as
time
far
as
as the
far as the
video.
video.
so have been funny.
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so.
Okay,
Okay,
that one's. There we go. Okay. No, okay, no, it was the mic for the USB camera that was muted. So okay, alrighty, we're good. We are good. And chat is
Are they trying to burn us on the show already?
no,
Cat?
no, no, no.
Well,
Can you hear me still, chat? Mic check 1 2. Maybe
maybe
I'll
I'll
just
just
leave
leave
that
that
on,
on
and
and
everything
everything
will
will
be
be
good.
good.
Okay,
Okay,
fantastic.
fantastic.
Alrighty,
Alrighty. So wait. All right.
so
So you said you were on cruise ships for like 5 years. What's the coolest port that you went to? Like the coolest destination?
um, I'm kind of torn between Saint Martin and Aruba. I like them both for different reasons, but yeah, I think probably Caribbean was. Oh, also, uh, aside from the Caribbean, because most of the ports in the Caribbean were good, because not all the places in the Caribbean are good, but where the ports are, they usually make sure that that place is
yeah,
like
they
you're in
definitely
heaven.
don't want to destroy the driver of their economy.
Yeah.
So Dutch or French Saint Martin?
I think we were on the Dutch side, so I think that's where the cruise ships were docking.
Cool,
But
cool.
at that point, yeah, I wasn't really even caring because I mean it was like every time we were in Saint Martin, we stop at the same place. I know where the beaches are. I knew where the bars are like that I needed. So I knew the place anyway. So it wasn't diving deep inside of Saint Martin. It was just around the dock. But there was plenty to do, so it was good time. It was something like a background.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like I sold cruises for about a year, and like I said, I got all of the certifications and everything like that. I've never been on a cruise. I've been on a couple of ships. They allowed us to come onto the ships, do tours and whatnot. But I've never actually been like out of the port. Just eat it. I've had a couple of the meals and everything like that. So I don't even have really the whole concept of the ports as the tourist traveling, but I can only imagine what the difference is for the ports as someone who's actually working on the ship. So like, especially when you're going back to a place for like the fifth, sixth time, like how many times would you say in those 5 years that you were at any given point? Were you always on the same ship doing the same tour type of thing, or
No, no. It's usually and it was like it wasn't 5 complete years. Like I did several times. Like the contracts are 6 months you're on a ship, and then 6 weeks you're off. Pretty much. I mean, sometimes it might be longer, but usually as many months you are on the ship, that many months you're off. And then I just worked a couple of contracts for Princess, and then I did several on Celebrity as well. But no, I've been to Europe, I've been to Caribbean. I think we went to um, South America as well. But it's like sometimes, usually you're like 2 3 months in the same place, like where you circle the same ports over and over again, and then you move somewhere else. But where I enjoyed the most, it was the Bermuda actually, because the whole cruise was we picked the passengers from New Jersey, we drop them off in Bermuda. There is three nights overstay there, so we don't travel for 3 nights, and then we bring them back to New Jersey. So while we were on port, since I was working in the casino was closed, so we were like having every week 3 days off, like doing whatever we want, like going out, going to the beach, going back. There was a crew bar and stuff like that.
oh,
So
that's
that was
awesome.
like, yeah, and probably that was the time. Definitely, it was the time when we worked the least, but also the time that we make the most money, because when people are having like only 4 days to gamble, in those 4 days they gamble what they brought for a week. So it's like uh, we were working when we were working, but then when we were in Bermuda, we were like free to do whatever we want. So that was
Hell yeah,
probably
that
the
sounds
best
awesome.
the best 3 months. And also, I was going to tell you, for Europe there is one French island, Ayacho. That was like paradise. I was thinking at that time, probably that's where I want to retire. But yeah, those pretty much those are my favorite memories, parts where I visited.
That's awesome. Yeah, I can't even imagine like that much life on a ship. Um, I like I've obviously kind of thought about it and whatnot, being in that industry and whatnot, especially when I found out about Holland America and their fucking 108 night Grand World Voyage. Like that just sounds like a hell of a way to kick off your retirement or whatnot right there. Um, but yeah, I guess I never really put in the thought about the people on the ship, and like because I know that it sounds like what you were on, that one was a 7 nighter from Jersey to Bermuda,
Yeah,
staying there for 3 days. But like also I know that the majority of the industry is these 4 day 3 night and then 3 day 2 night, like just all week long, and then all weekend long, just like that churn and burn turn around, and it's same port to the same from Cape Canaveral to Cozumel or wherever, like, and it's just that same exact trip just over and over and over again. And I can absolutely imagine, well, for the tourists it's fucking incredible. For the people who are on that ship and are just experiencing the exact same spot twice a week, every week, for however long they're on there, like I could see that quickly kind of becoming not as fantastic. It's like Orlando, number one tourist destination in the world, living in Orlando.
same same,
Fuck that shit.
same with Vegas. Same with Vegas, but it's not the same with the ship, because when you're on the ship, you enjoy every single minute that you can get off the ship. And when you're traveling to destinations where people are paying thousands of dollars just to get to, I mean, and you're free if you want. You can even sleep in your cabin the whole time you're docked at the port. So if it's a port that you don't like, you can just do whatever. I mean, we had a crew bar. We have like uh like a mess stuff mess where we were eating, like, and they pay you to travel to places. You cannot be very picky where you're traveling to, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Um, when you're getting paid, yeah, it's definitely a lot more difficult to be like, nah, I don't want to go there. And I guess that's kind of the same way that like the flight attendants and the pilots, um,
Yeah,
like so yeah. When you're getting paid to go there, you just go where you're going. Hell, same with military. I mean, I had some aspect of choice. Obviously, like I wanted to go to Okinawa. I didn't just get sent to Okinawa. Like that was definitely my first choice for where I wanted to go. But like yeah, you're still you go where you're sent, and that's really it.
and for the most part, as I said, it was enjoyable because, as I said, those were destinations that people usually pay money to go to. So, I mean, I wouldn't have probably gone if I wasn't on the cruise ships. I probably wouldn't have visited anyway. So, yeah, it has its positives and negatives.
Yeah, definitely that. But I imagine some beautiful beaches down there. Are you kind of a beach bum? Or are you all about the salt life? Do you have that stupid sticker on the back of your
Actually,
car?
no. I mean, I was born on the sea, not the ocean, the sea, and that's why I probably moved to Cali. I wanted to be close to the sea. Like I want to be close to the water, but I'm not really that going for 10 hours on the beach. And to be honest, I think when I was on ports that I don't like, I was just looking for some internet cafe or some place with Wi-Fi, just so I can get in touch with my friends, with my family, and stuff like that. Because yeah, I mean, when you go the whole company, when you go to the beach, it's fun. But if it's by myself, yeah, I'm not going to the beach exactly. I'm just taking my laptop and just finding some place where I can get in touch with the world. Because on
Yeah,
the ship you cannot really get in touch.
yeah. That's another aspect of that life on a ship that most of us have probably never thought of. But yeah, I mean, if you're gone out to sea for a week at a time, and you're well, I guess it'd be what, 2 days out, 2 days back, and you're there for 3 days. So really it's kind of 4 days in a row where you're out to sea, and you'll have a few hours in between to be able to touch base with people. So I guess you're
Yeah.
really only actually losing contact for like a couple of days at a time, right?
Well, it depends because some ports doesn't really have a place where you can get. I mean, didn't at the time. Now probably everywhere they have, but at the time there were ports where like didn't have. I knew ports that they don't have internet, so I was preparing already because every port that we've been to, I have researched and found wherever there is internet there, so I knew if we're going to a port, if it wasn't something new, I knew already if there is Wi-Fi or not. So I was planning my day around it. But sometimes, yeah, it can be for a while that you don't get to communicate with the world. It's not like you cannot do it on the ship. Like there was internet on the ship, but it was like freaking expensive. It was like something like $10 or $20 per hour. So it was like just for emergencies.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I had heard about there being Wi-Fi access on ships, but it being kind of
Yeah,
not cheap.
not at all.
So what is your back on the gaming side of things a little bit? We'll of course get back to world travel, but what's your favorite Web3 game currently? Is it Splinterlands? Is there something else that's kind of capturing your heart and your imagination?
It is for quite some time. It wasn't, but then it was again. So like I had my own offs and ons. Like I made more money in another game, but kind of like enjoying the most and closest to my heart at the moment is Splinterland definitely.
What have you made the most on, do you think?
On Z Run, it's a
Not even
horse
familiar with
racing
it.
game. Yeah, it's a horse racing game. I was just like it was just pure luck. Like it was just around the time where actually Splinterlands was taking off. a random tweet. There was like tweet your name or whatever for a chance to win a Z1 horse, and Z1's supposed like an alpha card, like the highest level of horses. I just put my name, and not I'm not notorious for winning stuff from lotteries and stuff, but I just put it, and then all of a sudden I won, and then I started getting more and more into the game because there is breeding. You can put your horse for breeding. You can sell your offsprings or whatever. So then the what was this basketball thing happened?
Top shots.
Top shots. Then top shots happened, and then all of a sudden, overnight, thousands of people came over to Discord, and all of a sudden, like all the horses that were listed for sale just disappeared from the market. It was like overnight. I mean, just like 3 days, and I was like, all my ones that I put on the market are gone. I mean, just like wasn't expecting it at all because it was stagnant for a while, and then there was still drops for these Genesis horses that are like, like the alpha cards, and there was a big hype, and yeah, at that time, it helped me pay my credit cards and everything, but the team just didn't capitalize on all the hype they were having. They did a lot of wrong decisions, and now I still have like more than 100 horses, but I'm playing every now and then. But definitely, uh, I was I was thinking that would be my ticket to retirement, and now I'm thinking that Splinter.
I think you buried the lead there a little bit. He's talking about how you got all of your horses that were on the market were sold overnight, and then the motherfucker said, "I still got over 100 horses."
Oh, yeah, because it's like every month you can breed, and when you have enough horses, that it's like it's multiplication. And at the time, it was cool to breed because it was there was a lot of people, there was a lot of hype, and you were thinking like I have good good base horses, like the highest level, so their offspring's kind of valuable. So I was breeding and breeding, but then interest was going down and down, and I ended up with lots of horses that like kicking around in my stable, but they're still pretty probably worth something like for the past 6 7 months. I funded a lot of my purchases in Splinterlands from the Ethereum I was getting there, so it's still every now and then I get some Ethereum that I can port over to Splinterlands, but I'm not investing that much time and effort there anymore. Because as I said, I see Splinterlands as my ticket to retirement.
Yeah, I've never actually gotten involved in any of the games that are on ETH. I know that there's some really good ones there, but like with the limited amount of funds that I have to invest in anything, like paying $5 or $50 for a gas fee is just it's astronomical, and it's just out of really even consideration. Like,
This one is actually on Polygon. I mean, they were one of the first, if not the first game that went on Polygon. So basically, you're not paying no gas fee. Like
oh, okay,
they
so it's
took care they
Polygon.
took care of it.
All
Yeah.
right, nice.
So they started on Ethereum, then they switched to because they realized like if people are paying so and so many dollars just to get into the race, and then if they're winning, if the winning gets like 60% of the pot, it barely covers. Even when you win, it barely covers whatever you paid for. So they figure out that's not sustainable. They move over to Polygon, but again, they had a lot of hype that they didn't manage to capitalize on. Worse than Splinterlands because a lot of people think that the team in Splinterlands missed big opportunity when there was the hype. But I think they handled themselves very
Yeah, I mean,
well.
there are there missed opportunities. Absolutely, are there things that
Yeah,
could have been done better? Absolutely. There always will be. Like, nobody is accusing Matt and Aggie of being perfect. Like, that's definitely not the case. But I feel
I'm
like,
just saying. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying that in Z-Run it was way worse. Like they had way bigger leeway, and they did way worse than the Splinter Lance team. And the transparency, like it was on the opposite scale. Like the transparency of Splinter Lance, like having town halls every
yep.
week and keeping us in touch with everything. That there was the opposite. Like it was like no communication whatsoever. And yeah, well,
Yeah, that's a quick red flag for me. Like if the team is not out there in Web 3, like that's a no-go. And that's one of the things I love about the development of Web 3 is that so these projects are all so very much community driven, and like that interaction from the team has kind of become a requirement for success in this space, at least in a lot of the games that I've seen. Obviously, I'm not trying to purport that I have experience in the wide array of offerings within Web3, but from the things that I have dealt with, it really seems like community is key, and in order to develop that effective community, that the teams are being forthcoming with information, they're being out there and part of things, and if they're not, then their projects are just failing. And I feel like if there's going to be any way that we're going to be able to compete with the AAA games, the Web 2 games, for the hearts and minds of gamers that aren't, like, I'm talking about gamers, players, not investors, not people that are looking for a return, but the way to kind of reach out and win the hearts and minds of those that are actually just playing games for fun is going to be through that level of interaction with the creators, with the developers of these games. Because I mean, as far as legit, straight up, just engaging gameplay, we're never going to be able to compete with AAA games like Blizzard and whatnot. Then like they've got the resources, they've got the technology, they've got so much of a head start that golf is just impossible to ford. And so we've got to find another way to compete. And play to earn is good, but obviously it's not doing it for everyone. And so I feel like that's kind of the way forward for us is that interactivity, because that Activision's not about to come out and start doing weekly town halls.
yeah, definitely. And in all honesty, they started like Zetran like started now communicating more. Like they learned from their mistake, but it was like little bit too late, too little, too late.
Yeah, that makes absolute
So
sense.
yeah,
How are you liking Lily so far?
uh, it's probably the last. Yeah, it's the last summoner that I haven't maxed, and I'm not in a hurry to max it. I'm just waiting for the price range to settle a bit. I
You think?
was guaranteed I was guaranteed five. I got four regular and one gold foil.
Oh,
So at some
congrats
point,
on your gold foil.
thank you for yeah. I'm planning for when the gold foil actually becomes, I'm thinking, valuable enough in comparison with the regular foils. Frank probably will sell the gold foil to max my regular ones. But I'm not in a hurry because everything seems to need TC, and there is not enough DC for everything. So
Yeah, that's definitely true. I got one out of 137 packs, so I was pretty happy with that. But I
yeah,
absolutely I need a few more copies. I need to get her to level 3. Like, I can't play a level 1. I just can't do it. I can play a level 3 in Diamond and not worry about the drop in levels too much. But even a level 2 is like I intentionally avoid playing Billy or Immortalis right now, just because it's like I lose too much. not even talking about the penalty to the rewards, but the abilities on my cards. Like
Yeah,
it's just I there are certain circumstances where I'll do it, but overall it's just like nah, brah. That's too much of a hit. I can't do it. At least level three is only dropping down a little bit, but level two is like that's fucking insane.
that's why I sent all the lilies on vacation to my rental account for the time being. And when I have the pair DC, if that ever happens, I'll try to max it. But for now, I think I can do with Stispa and Quicks just fine.
Yeah, I'm actually in talks right now. I'm trying to secure a long term rental for a level 3 Lily. And if that works out, that'll be awesome. If not, then I guess it's going to be a little while before I get to actually play Lily because I only got that one copy. But
And I know people are very hyped about it. I still think it's situational. Um, you can't really use her every single, but it's not kitty level,
I
in
don't
my
think that
opinion.
she is as spammable as Kitty. That's for
Yeah,
sure. But I
it's not.
do feel like she's on that same, very similar power level as Kitty.
She's
Like
not even as spammable as look Lux Vega. I mean, when I'm not playing and I'm seeing like the battles of my Archmage, 95% of the battles are with Lux Vega.
well, yeah, but that's also that's bots. I mean, I'm not saying that bots aren't good players. Obviously, they are. They're better than a lot of us, but it is a a very simpler setup, and really, because they're not truly thinking through their plays. They're based on what has worked in the past, and Lily is brand new, hasn't been tried out that much, so they're based on results, and Lily does not have results, not
Yeah, no,
positive or
but
negative, but
what I meant is like they're optimized. So in a way, it's not just they have like several setups and they just choose one of them. It's like they optimize to choose the most impactful in most cases. And I'm saying I have all the summoners from Chaos Legion. They at the moment they're all max except Lily. And I really like there are awesome summon like there is Yasik, there is Rat, there is Immortalis, even Astro Entity I like a lot. But I barely see them in any of the matches I watch from the bot. So I'm thinking optimization wise, probably it's kind of because they have some algorithm, and if the algorithm picks a certain summoner 95% of the time, it's probably for a reason. I don't know.
and I'm not saying that Lux isn't great. Obviously, like I'm super happy that I've got the long term rental on the Lux as well, and she is absolutely phenomenal. And I think that the results there though are kind of skewed just by how usable she is. The fact that Lux is a go-to in almost every situation means that she is playable when everything else isn't. There's some circumstance where anything else can't be played and yet Lux still can, and that's why comparatively you're always going to see more Lux than anything else if you're looking at one account, and Lux is an option. Um, for the bots to grab just because of the fact that it's always there and it requires less, and therefore also because Lux can be played in almost every single situation, there is so much more data on Lux to be seen. So
Yeah,
that I think is like for the bots, when they're looking through the data, they see Lux, 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 so they naturally reach out for Lux faster than anything else, and therefore, yeah, you're going to see a lot more Lux than any of the other legendary summoners, but especially you're going to see more of any of the other legendary summoners than Lily because there is more data on all of the other legendary summoners than Lily. And I just like I was glad that you said that you actually like Astral Entity. but it almost hurt my soul when you said all of the amazing Chaos Legion summoners, and then the first one you named was Yasik. Fuck Yasik. Yasik can fall off of a bridge onto a pit of spikes that is on fire twice. Like, fuck Yasik. Fuck Scattershot. Like, fuck
I'm sure
Yasik.
Lily feel, I'm sure Lily feels the same.
I hate Yasik. That is. Ah.
Well, I mean, uh, that's comparing them like in power. I think he's out there, like top. I mean, I'm not sure if he's top, but he's like out there in the top three maybe for sure
Yeah,
for
I
me.
know a lot of people really love Yasik, and in all honesty, like, good for them. I'm not here to tell people how to play or what to play or anything like that. But for me personally, Yasik is the absolute worst summoner of all time. I hate him. I can't stand him. He is a mistake. Should never have happened. I have a level 2, and I still hate it. Like, it's honestly, I kind of want to get rid of my Yasik and turn it into summoners that I can actually use. But yeah, and it's not even because of Yasik. It's because of Scattershot. Like, the other two sides of Yasik, the +2 speed and the piercing, I love, but I absolutely hate Yasik.
And you don't even have to resort to scatter shot.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I would like him better without the Scattershot.
No, what I'm saying is like, it's probably best played with melee monsters anyways.
Yeah, but I don't like making a full melee team because your options are so limited with it. Um, and yeah, granted, it's fire, so that all melee team is stronger than just about any other teams or any other splinter for all melee, but is still just
And now it's +2 faster and it has piercing.
yeah.
So I mean,
But I still don't like making that melee only team, and when I do, like, one of my key components for fire, my best card if I'm focusing on melee is actually Flamesmith because of that shatter and because she's faster than most of the rest of the team. Well, I can't reliably use that shatter when it's going to scattershot. So fuck that. Like, my
and
favorite card to use with a melee death team, I can't use with Yasik.
oh, I mean, I understand your feeling. I mean, we can agree to disagree, but obviously, yeah, everybody has go-to summoners and summoners they hate or dislike.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I
and
was
I know
thinking,
that I am very much in the minority on my hatred for Yasik.
yeah, you are, that for sure. But
And I'm
anyways,
fine with it.
you
And
said you
also,
never
like,
wanted to be
I was
complete.
calling it for a long time, even when things were spoiled and everyone was like, "Oh, Dallin looks like a piece of shit," and I was like, "Y'all are sleeping on it." That card, first summoner I ever maxed out was Dallin because he was so cheap because so many people are sleeping on him. People are still sleeping on him. He still gets so much hatred, and it's like, I
I use
mean,
it a lot.
I very rarely lose with Dallin. He's not
I love.
something that you can play in every circumstance. He's not Mr. Super Spammable, but he's very solid, and what he does very, very well. And especially if you know your opponent is bringing Taunt Heal, then absolutely amazing. But in every circumstance, no. But then again, death is also not, in my experience at least, death is not the most spammable splinter. Like, sometimes death is absolutely amazing, but overall, death is not the strongest. Death
No, but I
summoners
do.
are a lot less interactive, or sorry, are a lot more interactive, but they're a lot less progressive. They're not furthering your plan, they're trying to stymie your opponent's plan. And so if you call your opponent's team wrong, you just get blown out of the water playing death. So if you know what they're going to play, then death is the best team to have. But if you don't know what they're going to play, then you're taking a gamble by playing Death because Death is explicitly a counter team. I'm not saying they don't have any strong options that are strong in every circumstance. They definitely do. But like overall, it tends to be a more risky play. Like I can spam the ever living shit out of Alric, and it's going to get me wins just because of the quality of the summoner, the quality of the team that's behind him, and the proactive nature of it. Death is a lot more reactive.
But it's more fun
It
in
is fun. I'm not saying
in
that
that
it's not
regard.
fun. Unlike
Yeah.
Yasik. Yasik is not fun because I can 100% reliably know that every single ranged or magic attack is going to land in the worst possible place.
Well, I do understand that the aspect of the gamble with Yasek, but I still have the positives outweigh the negatives there. But for me, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
I
and
said,
I mean, if I had Yasik at higher level and I wasn't losing so much to play him, I would probably feel less strongly about it. But again, playing in Diamond level 2 Summoner is like, I'm losing too much to try and go for it, and then when the Summoner itself actively hurts my team because of introducing that scatter shot, um, and like when I first got him, I had, the Technomancer, the Fire Elemental, and the Pyromancer. So I did spend a lot of time trying to maximize the just load up your team with blast, and that never even worked for me either. It's worked against me plenty of times, or like just Yasik in a blast rule set. I understand the power of it and how strong it is. My problem is that when I use it, it is not, because I will target the worst possible target with every single strike, and it absolutely destroys me because he will never ever ever target in the correct place, and that's why I hate him so much. It's because of my personal RNG and the way that the targeting works, and I hate how effective it is against me because I've literally had blast matches where I have taunt monster in position 1, taunt monster in position 6, reflection shield in positions 2 and 5, and they will bring a Yasik, and every single one of their shots hits position 2 and position 5. So even though I have perfectly placed taunts and perfectly placed reflection shields for this encounter, their scatter shot is still going to absolutely destroy me because it's going to nullify my reflection shields by targeting them and then blasting out to both sides. I've had that game happen multiple times where there's not until my reflection shields are dead, there's not a single scatter shot that does not hit my reflection shields. And it's like, how is this actually fair in any sense of the word? And then like the worst rule set that I've had as an actual like 3 rules in the game: wands out, counterspell, scattershot.
you mean together
Yeah,
or
that
or in that
I've
order?
literally had that game 3 or 4 times. Wands out, counterspell, and scattershot. Like, why is this a thing? This is literally, there is no skill in this game. It is 100% the luck of the targeting. There's nothing you can do in that circumstance to actually improve your chances. It's literally just, and also 1 or 2 splinters. So it comes down to who's got more monsters and who's luckier on the targeting. There's no skill involved in that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, your team selection is pretty much irrelevant. It's what cards you have and where your targeting is lucky.
But you do understand that they needed something like that, right? Because I mean, people were just renting Lux and Quicks and then just going with a couple of cars, going to gold to diamond. Like they made it so people would actually need depth in their decks, and that aligns with the whole idea they had that, which is understandable, that people that want to go for the high rewards, they should invest more in the game and be having bigger decks. So I think that's the main reason did
And
those rule sets.
I mean, I'm a big fan of them adding more rule sets and whatnot. It's just like for me, scattershot is the problem because our RNG system is already broken. So adding something that is that RNG dependent and that literally just will determine the entire games by itself. Like, how many times have you personally had a situation where you get six or seven 50% chances in a row that either fail all of them or succeed all of them?
I have, like, it's sometimes it's blowing my mind when like, especially before I used to play a lot with Oceanus, with all the like in Wild, Auric, Oceanus, and all the speed buffs. Like you can get like Roar of the Sea, the
That's
Spirit
my go-to
Miner.
team.
Uh, yeah, it's like all the speed adjustments that you can get, and still, Oceanus sometimes gets hit. I mean, like on also the dragon. Which dragon was that? The one with 6 mana that is also slowing. So yeah, basically with huge speed difference when you have like monsters with one speed hit it, and now just to remember it's even worse on reverse speed. It seems like there is no like something is wrong. Like monsters with 5 6 speed like hitting one speed monsters with no problem whatsoever, and
Yep.
it seems like it's broken something there in the reverse speed.
Yeah. And before scattershot, reverse speed was like my number one kind of rule set of, if I could pick one rule set to get rid of it, it would be reverse speed. Although once scattershot was made a rule set, it takes precedence. Like I would absolutely get rid of scattershot first, reverse speed second. But yeah, and that's exactly it. Is our RNG is broken. Reverse speed does not interact the way it's 100% supposed to, and layering that on top of RNG being broken is problematic. And like, so that's the number one thing that I've kind of been focusing on lately is just how fucked up our RNG is. And I know that if you take a wide look at 100,000 games, I'm sure that 50% chances average out to being about 50%. But within those 100,000 games, there will be 80,000 games where those 50% chances are closer to 90 or 10 than 50. Like the vast majority of games within the individual game, the RNG is so skewed that it's just ridiculous. Like I've actually done the math, and for a 50% chance to hit or miss 5 times in a row is about a 2.5% chance. For it to be 6 or 7 times in a row, you're now looking at less than 1% chance. And I've literally had a game where I played Waka and did not land poison a single time. With Waka. Like every single hit that I made. And I've won a game with Waka where I did not land a poison. And I mean, sometimes it's understandable, like, okay, well, yeah, they got a Harklaw, he's got immunity. And okay, well, that's one monster, but still, I'm not landing any single poison against the rest of your team. And these chances are just astronomical. And yes, those are still going to happen. That's the nature of random numbers, but they're happening far too often. They're happening more often than not. And that's kind of what I'm railing against. I mean, I had a game the other day where I had a 5 speed flyer miss a 1 speed with dodge 6 times in a row. That's a 25% chance. That's a should be a guaranteed hit, except for the dodge chance, because I'm faster than you. All your only chance is dodge, and yet you're getting that 25% chance 6 times in a row. Like, no. And then I lose the game because of it, and that's phenomenally frustrating to me.
Oh, I know. I know.
Like I had one the other day. It came down to I had my O'Shaughnessy versus their Chaos Agent, and I ended up losing the game because I missed, and then they had the Chaos Agent, and then they had a Venari Crystal Smith. So Venari Crystal Smith is 3 speeds
Spelled
slower than
your
my
yours.
O'Shaughnessy. My O'Shaughnessy is faster than the Chaos Agent, and yet I miss. I take the backfire damage. Their Crystal Smith hits. I miss. Take the backfire damage. Their Crystal Smith hits. Game over.
But the Crystal Smith, when he hits you for the first time, he takes away all speed adjustments on your Oceanus. So that's something to consider too.
But I mean, it was 5 speed. Like
Yeah.
O'Shaughnessy's base
So
speed is 5. Like the rest of my team
yeah.
was already dead. I'm not talking about buffs and modifiers and whatnot. I'm talking about straight up just, natural speed on my O'Shaughnessy. And I understand, the Chaos Agent has dodge and phase. So yeah, you've got, but also, dodge is not supposed to affect magic.
Oh,
Blind is not supposed to affect magic.
when the monster has face.
But if you actually look at and I've gone into this with Holozor, we've proven that blind does not affect magic.
Oh, blind. I thought you said dodge.
Okay, well, so dodge does affect magic with phase. Dara was saying in the chat, but we've gone through and we've looked at it. We've seen it in the official records that blind only affects melee and ranged, even if phase is included. Blind does not affect magic. Period. End of story. So after having done that research, I kind of figured that dodge would work the same way. Proved that it doesn't. Because the only way it could have dodged was with the dodge, because O'Shaughnessy was faster than the Chaos Agent. So even with phase, the dodge still had to be there, because the phase would not have allowed him to dodge because O'Shaughnessy was faster. So the dodge obviously came into play there. Yes, we have tested Blind Daru. So it does, it's obviously there. I know that is, necessarily how it works now. But it's I was not expecting it to work that way. I was expecting that since blind doesn't work, that dodge also would not work. And so it just blew my mind the first time when it happened, and I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. But then also for the Crystal Smith to hit both of those times, that was a 30% miss chance as well. You still have a higher miss chance than I do, and yet you're gonna hit twice in a row, and I'm gonna miss twice in a row. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and it seems like some games just it starts and then it gets you all the way. Like if you get on the bad side of the RNG, it just gets you through the whole game. Like
Exactly.
it's
That's
either
what I'm saying. The RNG doesn't seem to actually be rolled on each individual instance. It's rolled for the game, and then it affects everything throughout the game. And the leading theory put forth by Cimarron and Cimarron did the research on it, and then Tails made some content on it. But it really comes down to it's a seed based on when you start the game or something like that. I don't know exactly how it's figured out, but there is a seed, and that's the issue, because that seed is just kind of rolled against your opponent's seed, and therefore everything throughout the course of the game will happen according to whatever that RNG seed is. And I mean, I don't have the technical know-how to put forth the solution to that, but I know that there is verifiably random numbers generated on the blockchain, provable, and that there is something that we could, it could be done. I don't understand the 100% of the depths of how it gets done, but I know that it's out there and it can be done. So, that's something to be seen, and somebody who is more experienced than myself would have to put forth the actual solution. I'm just kind of trying to draw eyes to that problem and say that it absolutely does need to be addressed.
Yeah. I feel that every time I lose to RNG, but sometimes when I win to RNG, I'm like, it's okay.
Hmm.
I can live with I can live with that.
Yeah, and sometimes it is exciting to watch your opponent miss 6 times in a row when the chances are not that extreme, but
And
also
you
at the
end
same
up
time, like
losing.
I do play the team that tries to take advantage of that, because yeah, I mean, I've got Holozor's wild cards, so my go-to team right now is pretty much Ulrich, Kraken, Jin O'Shanis, Ruler of the Seas, Spirit Miner, and then Phantom of the Abyss. Like, that's pretty much my go-to team. And then throw in whatever else based on how much mana is left over, if that's a possibility. So sometimes it's a slow, sometimes it's like the clock for another swiftness, sometimes it's a
Or
healer, whatever.
Verdali Guardian with the repair and with the heal
Yeah,
for the crack.
Murdali Guardian is huge, but it's like, yeah, that's a big like is a very heavily RNG team, counting on misses, and then also I'm playing Magic because I don't like counting on hitting you, so that's why the very reason why I tend to lean towards Magic is just because there is one less thing that is left up to RNG, is targeting. But that's also why I hate the scatter shot so much, because then it's adding in not only another thing of RNG, but the worst possible method of RNG. Like, that's why I think Lily is more powerful than most people are giving her credit for. It's like, yeah, okay, you can use scattershot to hit my back line, but aside from scattershot, your taunt, or not your taunt, your opportunity, fuck you. Your sneak, fuck you. Your snipe, fuck you. Hit my tank. Put your damage where I want you to put your damage. And everyone is like, oh, and the triage is kind of a non-bow with the camo. No, it's really not, because either I can run that taunt in position 6 and then control your damage that way and use the triage there, or poison match, earthquake match, whatever. Or if you bring scattershot, like, yeah, the triage might not come into play every time, but even if you are trying to actively counter that full camouflage lineup, the triage is still there to stop you from effectively doing that. Like, does she have to be worked out? Yes. She's definitely not an every single game type summoner, but the ability to 100% control your opponent's damage placement like that, it's super powerful, and it's going to be meta defining for a long time.
Unless she's facing us.
Unless she's what? Facing Yasik? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but no, because at the same time, like, Yasik has that advantage because of the scatter shot, but even at that point, like, okay, so I don't have full control over your damage, but neither do you. And if you're not running
It depends.
Yasik, then you don't have any control over your damage. I have 100% control over your
Yeah,
damage.
I do understand. I'm just saying, like, as you say, with the RNG, it can hurt you where it hurts most, and ruin the whole game plan.
It
But
can.
yeah, it's a
It can, absolutely. But again, like the triage at least helps to cover that weakness. And that's like it's like Wraith. You know, I made the mistake when I first got him. I was really hyped up on the Amplify, and I tried to play, teams that maximized Amplify on Wraith, and I just kept getting my ass absolutely obliterated because that's the wrong part of Wraith to play to. That's a nice little backup for, but you play Wraith for +1 armor and void armor, and that's what you build around, and then you happen to get Amplify for free tacked onto it. That's how I view Lily. Like, you build her for the additional health and the camouflage, and then you get triage kind of tacked on there. And it's a nice nice little bonus, but it's not necessarily what you're building around. That's my opinion. Obviously, you could make effective use out of her where you are building around the triage as well,
yeah,
particularly with the taunt in position 6.
yeah,
But like in my mind, the best part of her is the camouflage.
yeah. I agree with that. Camouflage it is very powerful.
And I love how in the town hall when they mentioned the change to how scattershot and camouflage were going to work, everybody in the chat was like, "Oh, that means that the new dragon summoner is going to have camouflage." And there were a bunch of people like, "No, that would be way too OP even with this change." And then sure as shit, like 10 minutes later, here comes Lily with camouflage, and it was like, yeah, that's the well called chat. And obvious, like, I didn't disagree as soon as it came. I wasn't necessarily the one thinking that. I wasn't the first one that said it or anything, but as soon as it came up, I was like, yeah, that's a solid point, and that's probably exactly how it's going to happen. And then yeah, there it was.
It did happen, and yeah, like I remember when Kitty went out, not people were not that hyped about Kitty. Long for a long time, it was staying under the radar. The
Yep.
people realized how to play it well, and I think that was same thing would be with Lily, but I just don't think it's Kitty level. I mean, Kitty was obviously broken, unintended too, but yeah. Uh, I'm thinking that they did very good balancing job the whole Chaos Legion legendary summoners because we don't have the Yodians, we don't have the Llamas, we don't have the Kitties. They're pretty much balanced and pretty counter effective one against the other. So they did good job there, and I'm just waiting for the time where uh, Untamed rolls out, and I think I'll be a little bit more competitive then.
Yeah, I agree. Like I feel like they're a lot more balanced. There are definitely a couple of standouts and a couple that are lower on the ranking. Like there's a pretty clear tier list, and it's different for different people based on playstyle, obviously. But like I think most people are going to agree that like Wraith is objectively stronger than Astral Entity. Not that Astral Entity doesn't have a use, but I
But
feel like they're both very defensive, and Wraith is stronger.
but
Um,
in the same way, in the same uh, concept, also Astro Entity is kind of a mini counter to Raid, like negating the whole armor thing, which is like partly removing the void ability as well, since you don't have armor. Who cares if your armor is void armor?
yeah, yeah, that's true. And I do like having a death summoner with resurrect on there. I feel like that is very thematic. And I was happy to see that. And like I like Astral Entity. I wish I had more copies of him too.
Yeah.
He's not my priority primarily because, as I mentioned, the only summoner that I own max level is Dallin. So I'm not building another death summoner as my go-to. Um, uh, as much as like I would love to Oster. I was talking with Holozor last night, and Oster's actually, no, it wasn't with Holozor last night. It was with Dwayne yesterday. We were talking, and he looked up Oster, and Oster's like $2 right now. Like you can buy a Max Oster for like 220 or something like that, and it's like that's he's a great summoner. Love him. And that's an amazing price on him. And I wish I could,
especially for
hop in
Boston.
and take advantage of it. But in all honesty, if I had the money to spend, it wouldn't be going on Oster right now because I have a Max Death Summoner. It would be going somewhere else. I probably wouldn't be going to Mylor either. Like, as much as I want, he's the one I want. I need 5 more copies of Mylor to get mine to level 4. And when I was last picking him up, he was $10 a pop. Now he's like 6. So being able to get the 5 more copies I need for like 30, $35 as opposed to 50, that's really really appealing to me, but I just don't have it to do, so it's kind of a moot point.
But then again, you're focusing on Wild.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
and that's why also like I'm super looking forward to rotation because I think that Mylor, Oster, Yoden, Kitty, Llama, less so Yoden, Kitty, Llama, and they're still going to be at a point where I can't afford them. But I do feel like when that rotation happens, there are a lot of people who are modern only that will be liquidating those assets. And I'm not saying that they're going to be cheap, but I do think that there's going to be a significant dip in a lot of Untamed and Dice. And I don't think it's going to last very long. I think you're going to have to be prepared to take advantage of those things because if you're not, you're going to lose out to those that are. I'm trying to be prepared to take advantage of those things. I am probably going to go after. I hope that the minimum required packs to get a copy of the promo stays at 50 because I want to do that for Rebellion. But after that, I'm not touching Rebellion for like a month. I'm going to focus on picking up those cards that are rotating out, and then I'll come in and pick up Rebellion after the supply is out there and prices have started to decrease. I'm not going to do the same thing I did with Chaos Legion, and like I knew the number one card that I needed out of Chaos Legion was a gold foil Obsidian, and so release day, fully knowing that it was gonna drop, I bought a gold foil Obsidian for $80. I knew 100% that it was going to go down from there, and I didn't care. It was the card I needed to start building my deck around. And I still feel it was the right decision because that deck that I started building around it was really powerful. And I hooked up with some friends, and I ended up like this was before the Modern Wild split, but I had Oaken Behemoth, and I had both of the healers, and like I had a really really strong Earth Magic deck, and that was why as soon as I saw that summoner, it was like that's the one. That is the one card, and I really started building around that. And he first summoner I took up to level 5 was my gold foil Obsidian. As the prices were dropping, I just bought more and more and more, and now I've got, with the exception of Sloan, I've got all of the Chaos Legion summoners in gold still. My Sloan actually sold. And Thaddeus is at level 3, but the others are at level 5. Like, I've got level 5 gold rare summoners for Chaos Legion, and I'm pretty happy about that still.
yeah, my Wild deck was gold level, so for a long time I was like stubborn. I was like, no, those are the cards I have. Those are the cards I'm going to play. And then I realized that actually Chaos gave me a chance to move up, to get to a place where once Rebellion hits, I'm at a level where I'm prepared with my hopefully Chaos and Drift Watchers, and I have a chance to actually be on even levels with the rest of the people that stay in Modern, because I had some Untamed card, but nowhere near to be competitive in Modern, especially not having Kitty. But that won't be the case for Rebellion. I'll be like on even footing, and that's why I was like, screw Wild. I'll just playing wild like for tournaments and bros. But aside from that, yeah, I focused on my modern because I see a chance to max my modern deck when
Yeah,
once Untamed rolls out.
and that makes that makes perfect sense as well. Like, in all honesty, if I were to be playing with owned cards only, if we didn't have a rental and delegation system, I would absolutely be in modern right now for a while. Especially once Rebellion comes out, because yeah, I mean, I've been here for all of Chaos Legion and Rift Watchers, and so that it's natural that you've got more cards from those. I just, as a Magic player for, decades, I started playing Magic in '94, back in beta. And, I've been out of the game a lot as well. But, like the last time I came back, I was in for, probably 6 or 7 years where I was, actively playing at least 2 or 3 times a week. And I realized that I really don't care for the standard format. Like, I got sick and tired of having to completely rebuild a brand new deck every couple of years because enough cards rotated out of my old deck that it is no longer viable. And with Splinterlands, you really don't have that same kind of deck building issue. Like, your cards from each, you're just collecting each set and you're building your deck per battle. So that's really like it's not the same, but I still feel like I would rather take advantage of the rotation mechanic than be caught by the rotation mechanic. And like, for the people who only want to play modern, like, I understand that's going to be a majority of people, and good for y'all. It's awesome. I am more interested in wild because I would rather be able to build up my collection over time, just pick up the most important cards. And the obviously, every card has a use, but sometimes, especially when as the collection grows of usable cards, there are cards that you don't need. And I would rather, like, have that larger card pool so that I can focus more on the more important cards. And when that rotation happens, try and take advantage of the little flash sale while people are liquidating the assets they can no longer use to acquire more of the assets that they can. And I feel like that's just a natural progression of things, and I want to be on the acquiring side of that.
Yeah, and just for the record, I don't prefer modern. I don't like modern. I miss a lot of my wild cards. I miss playing them, and that's why every now and then I'm going into those wild tournaments. Just and what that's the reason I'm always taking wild bros because I just miss those cards. I have good, many good memories with them,
Right?
and I was just forced to play modern because I don't have the means to max those cards to advance in leagues with those cards. So it was more like practical side, not really preference thing. But I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? At the same time, just if if you're not competitive, just because you don't have the cards at the right level, as you mentioned earlier, then you feel like, okay, well, maybe if I have the cards at the right levels, where I can afford it, maybe that'll be a good move. So that's why I decided to go there.
Gotcha. And yeah, so I'm guessing that you're not going to be one of the people who is liquidating your wild cards in order to maximize investment into modern. You're going to be hanging on to them because you're still going to be using them. Are you going to be looking more to pick up Rebellion immediately, or are you going to be the same as me, like more looking to take advantage of that flash sale on Untamed and Dice?
Well, that probably depends on what the promo card for the pre-sale is, because I don't want to miss um, if something similar to Dr. Blight is coming. I don't want to miss on that.
Right?
So
I'm still upset that I missed out on Osher. Like, I actually bought 50 packs specifically to get Osher, and then ended up missing out on her because of the how fast that pre-sale went. I was like 30 seconds late. So
Yeah.
I'm still upset about that there was no warning or anything like that. Because like if it had at least said, you are too late, you're not gonna get the pre-sale, I would have just put the SPS elsewhere. I would have put it back in the stake, or I would have spent it on something else. I did not like spending that much SPS to get those 50 packs, and the
I
only
do
reason I
remember
did it
that.
was for Usher.
I do remember, but to be honest, you probably should be glad that you did because the SPS price at that time was totally different than it's now. So those packs would have cost you way more now.
But
But
I still would rather have not bought the packs to begin with.
yeah, yeah,
Like
I
I
understand.
understand how I understand 100% why no fucking Rift Watchers is selling right now, because there is not a chance in hell that I would spend SPS at the rate required right now. I will not consider buying Rift Watchers from the store until SPS is at least like 50 to 80 cents a pop, and really I wouldn't even seriously consider it until it's like $1. Like if I'm spending 5 SPS and a voucher for a pack of Rift Watchers, yeah, I'll do that all day. But
Yeah, I'm just thinking the packs won't last to that point.
oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm sure that there are many people whose threshold is like 10, 15, 20 cents per SPS they'd start buying, and so it would not get to the point where I would be happy to spend my SPS on it. I'm fully aware of that. I don't expect to ever buy another Rift Watchers pack. Um,
But if that happens and like they reach the 20, 15, 20 cents, whatever threshold, and people actually buy buy the packs off and they'll start opening, they'll start selling them. Hopefully, the price of some of the assets will drop as well.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
Exactly. Buy them off the second market. I'm not a fan of Kraken packs to begin with. I love it for, creating content and for the hype that it generates in the viewers and whatnot. But I mean, I've been saying for a long time, anytime anybody asks, as far as, if you're trying to build your deck, buy singles, don't crack packs. Like packs are great for draft. Packs are great for content. Packs are great for the fun catharsis of opening them. But if you're legit trying to build your deck, unless you're Holazor or somebody who can, buy 1,500 packs so that you, like, just mathematically have a 90% chance of maxing every card in the set. Because I watched the stream where he did that for Rift Watchers. Literally just opened 200 packs, 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 and then combined all. Like, just maxed 90% of the set, and then go pick. Okay, yeah, no, that's great content, that's great fun, and that's an effective way to build your deck. But if you're talking about 5, 10, 1 pack, no, just buy the fucking cards that you need. That way you get what you need. You get something that is going to be impactful for your deck. And, even if it does end up costing you more in the long run to build your deck that way, which, by the way, it won't. But even if it did cost you, 10, 15% more, to get to the point where you've got max level everything, you're still being a lot more effective along the way. So unless you are doing it that one day, open everything, max everything, you're good. Maybe you save a little bit that way, but you also end up with so much chaff that you didn't need. And sure, rental or backups or gold foil versus regular copies. That there's a number of kind of arguments that go into that as well, but it's not a simple thing if you're talking about actually getting to max level. But like if you're building along the way, you're definitely going to have a better time by being intentional and picking up the cards that you need rather than just relying on luck from a pack, especially if your
yeah.
luck is like mine.
And I got like in the pre-sale, I got like 1,000 Rift Watchers, and that got me to. Well, I mean, it got me to early diamond like level. It's like a lot of cards. I had my legendaries. I had most of them maxed, but the rares, the commons, nowhere near close. I mean, like I still need to buy lots of BCX of all the commons and rares.
Really, with a
Um,
1,000 packs, you found
yeah.
that legendaries and epics got maxed easier than commons and rares. Interesting. I mean, I can't say
Oh,
that that's like,
it's 400 BCX of a common. I mean, it's just like
yeah, but with 4 commons per pack, you would think that that's going to add up a little quicker. I mean, it makes sense logically, but just like from someone who's never opened packs en masse like that, like it's not how you would think about things. You would think the legendaries, the more rare they are, the more difficult it is to max them out through packs. But no, I mean it makes 100% sense. It's just not the first thing that you would think about necessarily. At least coming from my side of things, where I've never been one to be able to open that many packs. Like I felt like a whale in Magic when I was able to, for a couple of years, I was able to every time a new set was released, I bought a box, and you would actually get a kick out of this. I bought a box in Russian just because I love the look of Cyrillic. Like it's so beautiful to look at, and I knew the cards well enough that I don't need to read them. Like if I'm gonna be playing it, I know what it fucking does, and it also gave kind of an additional layer of fun to the opening because while I've gone through all of the spoilers and I have a vague idea of what all of the cards are, I don't actually know them all like the back of my hand at this point. And so opening them has that added layer of fun as well. Like I only recognize some of these cards. I've seen them all before, but I don't have them memorized yet. And then also just I was always the guy who loved the foreign language cards, the altered cards, the foiled out, everything else, and that was why another one of the things that I think Splinterlands kind of permanently got its hooks into me so early is because I realized that not only are there gold foils that just look prettier, but they actually pay you more. It was like, oh, this is brilliant. I'm fucking hooked. Not only are they worth more, not only are they prettier, but they increase my rewards? What? And so I was hooked on gold foils very, very early on. In fact, the very first article that I ever put on the Hive blog was the top 5 reasons you should be buying more gold foil cards right now.
and then they added even more utility with the percent increase in your uh, focus and for your daily focus and season
Yeah, well, I
focus.
mean it's actually the exact same utility because before they
Oh,
switched it over to the daily focus, like it was worth just 10% bonus on. Well, yeah, no, I guess you're correct because yeah, it was just a 10% bonus on rewards, but that didn't apply to your chests because it was just win 5 games with whatever. So
it was more like a CP thing, a collection power, because they have way more collection power.
yep.
So a single card can bump you up
And also,
in.
like one of the biggest things for me starting out was they're not level 1. Like you're building a deck for bronze or for silver. Like you don't need super high level, you don't need maxed out shit. You just need a couple of levels, and that's 1 or 2 BCX of gold cards rather than 30 or 40. Like
Yeah.
that's actually one of the things that I mentioned in that article was like if you're buying cards one at a time, you have a lot fewer transactions to do to get to the level you want when you're talking about gold cards. So uh, between them paying for themselves, which that was the other thing is like if you count the gold foil card versus the regular card, the gold foil will literally pay for itself just in additional winnings over time, whereas the regular doesn't have that bonus. Like you're gonna win or lose the same amount. The gold card is not actually better in combat.
Yeah.
Like your deck is the same either way, but just that 10% bonus per card will literally pay for itself over time. Like the first card that I bought was a gold horny toad because it was like as soon as I learned that about gold cards, it was like, all right, I need a gold card that I can play in every battle, no matter what. Horny Toad.
Was
Neutral,
it
3
on a
mana,
level with
reach.
the poison?
Even without poison. It was just neutral, 3 mana, and reach. Honestly, at single BCX, even single BCX gold, it's kind of a crap card. It is not very good. It is 1 damage and 3 HP. Like, but at the same time, I can play this in every single game just to get that 10% bonus. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what I did. And I played it for about a year. And I would estimate, I bought it for 80 cents. And I would estimate that in that year, just on the 10% bonus to the DEC winnings, I probably made at least $5 or $6 off of that card just
Not
in
to
that
mention the
bonus. And then
price.
I sold it for 26 bucks.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, that's probably the single best card investment that I've made as well.
And since you mentioned Cyrillic, funny fact that you may or may not know, it's actually a Bulgarian alphabet. Actually, Cyril and Methodi are the ones that invented the alphabet, actually Bulgarians. And Russians are actually using our alphabet.
Oh,
Just like a small funny fact, yeah.
that's beautiful, and if it weren't for this conversation today, I probably never would have learned that throughout my entire life. But no, that's awesome, and thank you for that
Yeah,
information.
you're welcome.
And
Just
is
couldn't help it.
Bulgarian actually a different language than Russian, but with a shared alphabet, or
It is. We have some similar words. Like even if I can understand pretty much Russians when they speak to each other in Russian. Um, I've also spent some time in a Russian-speaking country, so I'm actually even I can actually have a conversation. But even if not, like if I haven't any if I didn't have any of that exposure, just by listening to them, I can understand what they're saying. I might not be able to respond grammatically correct, but the way I respond, they still understand me. It's more like a dialect also, although not really because some words are the same but mean different things. So it's also there are some ground for misunderstandings there, but pretty much similar languages sharing the same, and even the alphabet, they have like a couple of letters that are kind of different than ours, but the Cyrillic base, yeah, it's our alphabet actually.
so kind of akin to like Spanish and Italian. They're different language. It's more than just a dialectical difference. They're actually different languages, but they're similar enough that most
Yeah,
people can understand most of the other.
yeah, probably even Spanish and Portugal, like Portuguese. I don't know. Daryl can talk for that. I don't know for sure, but I think they're also very similar as Spanish and Portuguese.
That's
So
cool.
yeah,
And then I think
it's they
Ukrainian also
get
kind of falls into that same kind of boat, right? Like all three of those are very similar to each other. They're different languages, but they're close enough. Or is Ukrainian kind of off to the side,
actually
totally separate?
Ukrainian is more like a mix between Russian and Polish.
Oh, okay.
It's not like, but since they were for so long in the USSR, they actually probably 95% of the population actually speak Russian because it used to be the official language of the country. But the Ukrainian language itself, it's a bit different, and they don't even use the Cyrillic. It's more like
Oh, more things I
yeah,
didn't know.
yeah. It's mixed between Russian and Polish, and with the Latin alphabet, like which the alphabet is more closer to the ones Polish, because Polish, while they're using the alphabet letters, they still have
Funky accents and shit like
this-
that. Yeah.
some
And
like
more
that on
Z's
top.
than you will find anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, have some ornaments on their letters. Yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about like the history of language and how things develop. and whatnot. Like it's a particular fascination of mine. I've always been a big fan of languages. And like I don't actually speak any other languages, but I know clips and phrases, and I can do a reasonable approximation of sounding like I know what I'm talking about in dozens. Like and
Likewise.
it's just the problem for me has always been I can grasp the things pretty easily. I can wrap my mind around and understand languages at the base concept. But if I don't have anybody to practice with, I'll never actually learn it, and that's always been my problem. Is I don't have if I'm not going to be using it often, then I'm not going to retain it, and so that's why it's I've learned the basics of a lot, but I don't remember all of what I've learned of any of it. Um, and that's why like but I think I've even studied some Esperanto. Like you want to talk about a language that you're not going to use when you're getting into it, like, but it was fascinating, and I learned a lot. I really enjoyed it, but I don't even remember a single fucking word of it by this point, because that was
It was
years and
interesting
years and
to
years
me
ago.
too, and I also spent some time with Esperanto, but didn't learn anything, obviously.
That's hilarious. Another point of random ass connection that I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever actually met anyone else in my life that has ever studied even a word of Esperanto. Like you're the first one there.
I had a book. I had a book that like Esperanto, but it's just like I focused on English instead.
Yeah, which probably gets you a little further in life.
I I would think so. Yeah. I mean, I knew also a couple of useless Latin phrases, but it's about useless as I mean, unless you want to show off to
Yeah,
somebody. It's like,
yeah. Like I would love to learn Latin just to be able to show off, but I'm fully aware that that would be the only reason why I know it. Um, have you ever done a stream in Bulgarian?
no, actually no, because obviously as a small country as we are, it's kind of useless. Like we're like four people in the game, I think. It's Bulgarians. So I mean, just Splinterlands TV just makes no sense to make a stream just for four people,
Right.
trying to be inclusive. And them I can just talk in private if needed. But just it's a poor country, it's a small country, so that's why probably everybody connects Cyrillic with Russia because like every game that you have, they have a Russian translation. So
Yeah.
that's where
I mean,
that's where people see the Cyrillic, and that's why they're like, oh, okay, Russian alphabet. Well, no, it's not, but it's okay. I mean, doesn't matter.
and it's like
And
how most Americans see any kind of Asian writing, and they either automatically think it's Chinese or they automatically think it's Japanese. They don't realize that there are three different sets of letters for Japanese. There's like four for Chinese, and then there's North Korean and South Korean, and all of these different. And I mean, I don't even know the names for all of them, but I know that it is a far deeper, and I can not 100%, but I can usually tell which language I'm looking at. Doesn't mean I'm going to be able to read it, but I can
yeah,
usually tell at least which culture it's from. Um, but at the same point, like my depth of recognition of that is not good enough that I could tell you what to look for to know. I could just I can see it and I can say, okay, that one's probably Chinese, that one's probably Korean, that one's probably Japanese. Still not going to be able to read it. Still not going to be able to tell you how I could tell that difference. But I like that's the level I'm at with those languages.
I'm the same. I'm similar thing with people's dialects. When I hear somebody talking, I usually can very well guess where around they are from the world, and that's also fun because it's like a guessing game. When you speak with somebody you don't know, you have no clue where they are from. You just hear them talking, and you're like, oh, you must be Italian.
Right? Although that one you can tell a lot easier than the accent. You can tell just by the hands.
Be Italian.
Yeah, fun stuff. So like, when did you leave Bulgaria? Like, how much of your life was there before you kind of left and started exploring the world at large?
I think probably around 20, I would say. And it was a funny fact that I just like after high school, I went into university studying mathematics and science. Unfortunately, I found it's more mathematics than computer science, so I was like, screw that, I don't want that anymore. I was thinking I should study uh, refresh on my English because my high school was English language school, so that's where I learned it. But I should refresh it and apply actually to um, university in Canada. Imagine that.
Eh?
So so yeah, I got managed to get accepted in Trent University in Peterborough, which is close to Toronto, and just those were the times where just communism just went away, and it was like some those shady times around end of communism, where it was kind of tough to get a visa. So I didn't like for 1 year I was trying to get a visa to go study in Canada. It didn't happen. Cost me a lot of money and efforts. Didn't happen. Then I was like, screw you. Then screw this country. And I was like, the first opportunity I got, I just got with a company that was hiring staff for hotels in Dubai. They were paying the flight and everything. You just go there and you work. So I was like the first opportunity I got. I just went to Dubai and spent there my like 5 years of my life. From that point on, yeah, I was like, whenever I come back to my country, I was always looking for my next destination.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm actually glad that you kind of retouched on Dubai because you definitely piqued my interest when you mentioned it earlier, and then we kind of got onto other topics and I had forgotten about it. But yeah, tell me about Dubai.
It was at that time when I went there, still reasonably cheap, and of course it was new. It was my first country outside of my country that I'm visiting, and I was there by myself. I went with like $3 in my pocket, like you were saying about your marine stuff, and I had to survive to first. I mean, there they hire you, they pay your accommodation, they pay your food, and they pay you crap for salary. And that's how their business model is or whatever. But uh, I went there. I knew I'll have a place to sleep. I knew I have things to eat. So I was like thinking, yeah, $30 will get me to my first salary one way or another. And it was just a big shock. First, going in a country where you know nobody, when where you don't know anything, you don't even know their main language. Yeah, most people were knowing and using English, but Arabic, I have no clue whatsoever. Then English, I have studied it in school, but I've never actually really practiced it anywhere outside of my
Oh
school.
God, that sounds
So
like a
it was,
rough transition.
oh, but it was fun. It was like, okay, I mean, I just had some confidence in my knowledge of the language, so I was like, I'll go there and I'll wing it. And to be honest, I had fun. I had fun in Dubai. It's not the best of places. The climate is probably like Vegas. It's 10 months in the year. It's hot summer, and then I remember I was celebrating New Year on the beach there. That those were the temperatures around like beach time when it was New Year. It was when it was actually normal temperature. The rest of the months it was like hell. Heat, a lot of dust. It's yeah, it was obvious that they were building it as a tourist destination, and they had the funds to do it. They had like they were filthy rich there, and building artificial islands, building the highest building in the world just to be the highest. Like they have this how do we call it? The, desire to show off. Like, see how much money we have. We can do this. We can do this.
Yep.
We can build this. We can create an island out of nothing. Like we just build it in the sea. We can build a hotel where everything inside is made of gold and stuff like that. Like I saw my first gold-plated Ferrari. Ferrari.
Gold
You can
plated
buy
Ferrari.
still.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
So yeah, they were filthy rich and obviously very arrogant, especially to foreigners that were there to serve them. You know.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, aside from that, uh, it was definitely it was a step up from my country, and I was seeing things that I would have never seen in my country, and I remember, I don't know, we still have time. Hope we do. But you know this Nokia communicator phones,
Yep.
like the ones that they open up like that. They open like that, and inside there is a keyboard. So outside it looks like the oldest mobile phones that were like a brick.
Yep.
That's actually out inside they have a screen and they have a keyboard. When you look at it from the outside, it looks like the crappiest phone in the world. Uh, and I remember I was at that time when it went out. This phone I was then in Dubai, and I was like having the funds to buy it, so I bought myself a phone like that. And I remember when I went to my country, that phone hadn't reached that my country because we were getting things a little bit late. And I was with a group of friends, and I remember somebody called me, so I pulled out my phone, and then everybody started laughing like how how much of a funny phone I have. Then when I opened it, like everybody got quiet, like and they didn't laugh anymore. So it was like having that access to technology that wasn't available in my country. And I'm a big technology. I like technology. I like all kinds of technology and yeah, from that side in Dubai you could have gotten the latest from everything. But then things got very expensive. It came to a point where you were working just to reach to a level where you can pay your expenses. And I was thinking like, yeah, I can do that in my country too. I mean, that's the reason I left my country, not to be in that position. So that's where I left Dubai. But I never actually stayed for long in my country, even after that, and here and there.
Gotcha. Well, I know that I only had you scheduled until right about now. I want to be respectful of your time, so I'm more than happy to continue this conversation. I'm having a
Oh,
great
me
time. But
too.
okay, good.
Yeah, I'm not. I already worked my work day is already over. I worked before the stream, so
Okay,
had
awesome. I just wanted
hadn't
to
done
make
it.
sure that I was respectful of your time and let you go if you had somewhere to
I
be. But
appreciate it.
yeah, no, we're definitely I'm good to go for quite a while as well. So what other blockchains are you interested in? You already mentioned ETH and Polygon, and obviously we know you're on Hive. Are you on Wax? Are you on Gala? What else have you messed around with?
Never touched wax. I thought about several times, but wax and what was the other one that went down with the FTX? Solana. Into into Solana and wax. I never gotten it. Like I didn't want Ethereum. When you look at it, as bad as it is, with its second with layer two solutions, it's somewhat very broad network that it got me access to a lot of projects. Whereas Wax and Solana seem a little bit like more isolated, and I just I never got the the persistency to go through and get another wallet and find a way to get that currency that I need. And it was kind of like already I was at a stage where I wasn't looking into anything new, to be honest. Like I got my fair share of scams and ICOs and IPOs and whatnot. So when I discovered like the Z run, the Splinterlands, and is there anything else? I think pretty much those are the ones that I focused. I was like, yeah, I'm betting on those horses, and stopped really researching stuff anymore. So yeah, I missed the whole Solana and Wax hype, especially the Solana one. I know there are a lot of games that spawned on Solana. Also, I'm not thinking they're doing that well at the moment, anyway.
Yeah,
But about
yeah.
Gala,
Solana's definitely taken a little bit of a larger plunge than most everything else. I'm not saying that the ecosystem is gone or anything like that. I only know about the coin, but it's definitely one that I had put a little bit into, and one of my worst investments currently. But and now like seeing how many times they went down last year where the entire blockchain crashed, I think like 7 times in 2022. I'm a little bit more hesitant to invest anything in it again. So we'll see where things go with them. I mean, I wish them the best. I hope that they get their things figured out because I love the idea of Solana and whatnot. But yeah, when it's down multiple times, like that's not a good thing.
and Gala, I was with Gala since Downstar was in beta.
Oh
In
wow,
beta, I
so
got
you're an
some.
OG on Gala.
Yeah, well, but I was like there, like I got some of the free coins they were giving for people that were early and whatnot. And then like I at that point they started getting out the tower, the bodies and tank weapons and whatnot. So I was like, okay, it's a new game. I have some Gala. Let me buy this. Let me buy this. Like I bought some of the stuff that I saw on the market, and then 3 days later, their coin jumped to the roof. The price of those assets remained the same, so I wasted like more than half of my Gala buying those things. And at the end, I was like, screw it. Like I just sold whatever I had left in Gala tokens. I transferred it to Ethereum and then. But yeah, um, wasn't I really got upset all the hundreds of thousands of games they announced for actually producing anything of value because Townstar, I mean, glorified. It's just another Farmville where you potentially maybe if you spend enough hours can earn something that maybe eventually one day will be worth something. Downstar coins. So that's all they have at the moment. They had showed maybe a better of the tanks, but they started like one after the other. One game, we're announcing this game, we're making pre-sale. We're announcing that game, we're making pre-sale. We're announcing this game, we're making pre-sale. Now we're saying we're selling notes for this game. Now we're selling this for that game. It's like it at some point it started really feeling like a money grab to me. And with all the partnerships and whatnot, and it's like now what 2 3 maybe years later, what else do they have aside from Townstar and the tanks? Did they ever this Miranda or whatever it was? Did they ever release anything like any other game so far?
I mean, I'm
Like
not
I
really
stopped
involved
keeping
in
track.
Gala. The only project of theirs that I have any experience with is Spider Tanks, and it was enjoyable. It's kind of cool. Um, I'm just not very good at MOBAs, and my computer is a little bit of a potato. So, like, I can't stream that game. Like there's just no way that I could actually do that. I would crawl to a crash if I tried. But like if the game itself was enjoyable, like I dug it. I couldn't get into it because like pretty much my only gaming time is when I'm live. I don't really have time throughout the day to stay involved in things. That's what I love about Splinterlands. Like I can play for a couple of hours and then leave it alone all day long and recover my ECR and then play for a couple of hours. And it's exactly why I've gotten out of games like Realm lately, which I love the game. I love the gameplay, but it takes too much active commitment all day long, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't keep that up. And so like it's something that I'm starting to pull out and go ahead and sell off some of those assets, but not because of the game or anything like that. I still enjoy the game. I still enjoy the team and everything like that. But it's just too much time commitment throughout the day. I'm much more into the things that I can just do for a little while and then move on to something else. Or if it is going to be something I have to interact with all day, something that is super quick, like Rising Star. Like, yeah, I've got to reset my mission every couple hours or whatnot, but it literally takes, a minute. I can do that. But with Realm, it'd be like I'd be logging on for, it takes 5 minutes to actually load up the game, and then it's going to be, 10, 15 minutes worth of setting everything up, and then I got to come back in half an hour and do that again. And it's like, no, that's just too much. That's just way too much, and that's like it's taking away from other things in my life, and so it's got to go. But I'm still, overall, I'm massively in profit from the game, so I'm not about to complain about it or anything. I'm not about to badmouth it. It's just, it's not a fit for where I'm at in my life, but it's still a great game for those who it is. But I also know that a lot of other people are leaving for similar reasons and for various other reasons. So
Well, no, I mean, with zero investment, I'm also ahead. Like I'm up from the game, and it's not really about mounting them. It's like I just don't think. Aside from that, like I did try the tanks. They were kind of okay. It's not my game definitely. So uh, that was not even the point. The point is like aside from that, I don't think they still have anything released yet.
yeah,
And
they've
maybe
got some.
they will start.
Go ahead.
They did. Well, maybe they'll come to a point where they start releasing those things. It was just at the time it was feeling like pre-sale after pre-sale after pre-sale after pre-sale of something that there was no even on the horizon where we can see it. But since we talked about Gala, I remember that actually there were three horses I'm betting on aside from Z Run and Splinterlands. Actually, I'm hoping pretty high on Illuvium.
Yeah, Alluvium's definitely looking pretty awesome, and I mean, yeah, Gala. They seem to have a lot of projects that look absolutely phenomenal, but yeah, when delivery? Like,
Yeah.
I totally understand where you're coming from on that. So yeah, Alluvium, have you bought into that? Are you waiting until there's more, or are you already kind of set up? Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I'm staking Illuvium or Ethereum in the LPs. I have three plots of land. I have better access. I get to play their Illuvium Zero. And actually, I was thinking that's a very neat concept for land management. I know, I know we don't have the resources to get there, but I think it was very neat the way they did it. And now on March 7th, we'll be selling avatars. So probably I'll get some of my Illuvium and buy some avatars too, because while they won't be limited in quantity, limited in time. They'll be SL will be running for a certain period of time. You can get as many as you want, but after that, it's something like the Atlantis planning for the future sets. It won't be number based. It will be period based.
And how much are those going to
So
run?
to be honest, I have no idea. But since I have some from the staking, I have some Illuvium on the side. I'm just planning to get like just to have just to be in the game. I mean, uh, and it was when I get in, it was quite expensive. But to be honest, with the whole taking an APR, I'm not selling anyway, so I think I'll be okay when the game starts. At least I'll have something to start with, and I'm very hyped that it might be one other ticket possible for to my retirement. One can only hope, but
Right.
for now it looks promising with the graphics and everything. Really exciting.
Hell yeah, and yeah, it definitely looks like an absolutely beautiful game. It looks super fun to play. It looks like another one that my current rig I would not be able to interact with at all. That would be another one that would just kill my CPU, which is really why I haven't gotten involved with it at all. Because yeah, it looks great. It seems awesome. But if I can't play it, then it's just an investment. And
Yeah.
while it's not necessarily a bad investment, I would rather put the investment into something that I actually can play with, as Rogue Patton would say, hashtag play with your bags. So, yeah, it definitely looks awesome though, and I would love to get involved. But the first step to that would be having a better computer, which is something I'm working on. So hopefully, before too long, I'll be able to step up the stream setup once again. Been making small strides for a while now, and we're getting to the point where it's time for a big one, and actually like getting another computer is going to be the kind of big one there. But it's not exactly within reach at the moment, so still trying
Work
to
in progress. Work in progress.
exactly. Exactly. So is that kind of your other big like the you got Splinterlands, obviously. You got your horses that you've already got, and Alluvium is your other kind of focus. Um, is there anything else
Yeah,
that you kind of
it's
sleep
more
on?
like a passive focus for the moment because uh, I'm not really. I mean, of course, I'm in Discord. I'm reading whenever they put announcements and stuff. But I'm not watching videos or like not really keeping up to date that much because I know even though the beta is out, I know the game itself probably a good half a year down the line. And while it's fun to play betas and to test things like when there is not where you don't have the earning aspects of it, it just like it gets boring very fast. Like it's it's interesting until a certain point, and then it's becoming a little bit repetitive because it will be a grind. It will be a game where it will be a grind, but I'm looking at it as potentially being a profitable, maybe very profitable grind. The way they set things up, the simple, most brilliant thing that they've done is all those people staking their token are actually getting uh, the revenue share. So whatever they have in revenue amongst those people who have staked their token plus landholders. So at some point it will be generating passive income just from the revenue where they're getting because to travel to a new zone you have to pay some microtransactions like $3 5. $5 here, $5 there. For this you have to pay, for that you have to pay. All that revenue is Ethereum is being bought with. No, Illuvium is being bought with that revenue and distributed to everybody that is holding their token in stake and the people that are holding land. So I'm looking more of it as a way to be a passive. Well, everything I'm looking at the moment is to find a way for a passive income. So
I'm totally with you on that, and that sounds amazing. Actually, a revenue share based on staking. Like now, I am a lot more intrigued. Now, how do I get some alluvium and how do I stake it? Because yeah, that sounds great. Um,
yeah, I know. And actually, at the moment, it's very cheap. Illuvium token, with comparison to what it was before. Like it went almost to 1,000. I think now it's like in the 40s, 40s, 50s, something
oh
like that.
Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah,
uh, that's a steep decline, and it's on ETH, right?
yeah. They actually also uh, transitioned to Immutable X, but their token is like purchasable with ETH on Uniswap, I think. Like those ETH swaps.
Yeah, which again, like I started in OpenSea when Rooney was happening because like I was telling you in our personal chat beforehand, like I was trying super hard to get a Rooney. It just didn't manage to make it happen. But yeah, that's actually like and I do own one of the Presidential Cup NFTs that Chuni made for the that series of tournaments and whatnot. That is the only thing that I have on ETH is that President's Cup token because I wasn't able to get the Rooney. But like it's still a dream to make that happen. Especially I don't know if you've seen my Splinterlands TV streams where I've got that kind of orange sunbursty background. But whenever Rooney was being introduced, I was like, I don't care what it looks like. I don't care about any of those modifiers or anything like that. I just want a
Yeah.
Rooney because the
Orange.
card is going to be amazing and I want to play with a Rooney. And then I saw that they had that my same Splinterlands TV background as one of the backgrounds for the card. It's called Willpower. And of course, it is the rarest of all of the fucking backgrounds. So it's like, well, now there is one thing that I care about on my Rooney, and it has to be the most expensive possible fucking modifier out of everything. Like, it's not quite on the level of like the fish or the pickle. For the weapon, like some of the weapons are rarer. There are, I think there's like 13 Rooney that have the willpower background, but like yeah, it's like God damn it, why do you do this to me, Splinterlands? Like,
It's just I was like when I got my Rooney, and it just the first time I saw it, it just straight away it reminded me of Auric.
right?
And I was like, oh, cool. I mean, it's perfect because on Splinterlands I cosplayed Auric. Auric has like notoriously been my favorite summoner ever in the game. So I was like, oh, okay. I couldn't have asked for more. And then I was like, just the weapon, it was a maze, and it just doesn't go together with Auric. And then I was like, oh, I have to look for a staff. And thanks to Walking Keys actually, who was nice enough to sell me one of the ones he bought for like speculative purposes. I got a Rooney that has the stuff that I need. That maybe at some point I can combine into my Auric. But I know what it is to be fishing about a certain aspect of uh, of the components just to have it because you're like, no, I have to have it. Like it's
Yeah,
not the same without it.
no, it's and like I would have been happy with any background or whatnot or any Rooney. But yeah, it was just crazy like how how some of them like from the basic to the coolest like what a level of difference there is. And I've never been into any of the PFP projects before that. Like I don't own a single PFP on
Oh,
any chain.
me neither.
I don't care about any of it. The only reason I cared about Rooney was the card, and then all of a sudden I saw that background and it's like okay, no, that's necessary.
Which which background again you're talking about?
It's called Willpower.
Oh, okay.
Actually, let
Because
me
I remember I had one rune that was kind of having like an orange background, but this one says Jasper Orange.
Oh, okay. Well, which would still be cool. But no, I'll show you. Let me pull up here because, of course, I actually have it bookmarked.
What happens?
I just sent you the link to
Yeah.
all of the willpower backgrounds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the one with the rainbow. Yeah. It's the legendary. Yeah, I was looking more like this one. Like that's the one that I have, and I remember it was like kind of orangey. So I went to check it, but yeah,
Yeah, and 2519 of course is the one that I would want most of all, but I'm not going to pay 4 ETH for it. Like
no,
I would
hey,
just
come on,
get
that's just for it. I mean, come on.
right? I mean,
Yeah, it's
I've
not
never
even
even
five.
owned 1 ETH, so, it's doable. But like
It's
I'd be
not even
happy with
five.
any of them. The second one that I would go for would be 2902 just because I really like the jester hat.
And uh-huh. Okay. Well, okay, but I mean, if you want my opinion, I don't think Mr. Hat actually goes with that kind of head. Just my opinion.
Yeah, that one doesn't really match as well. The 2519, I think it's perfect. How it's got the white and yellow jester hat with the kind of white and brown uh, helmet, which has the eggy chops. The axe matches well with it. Like everything on here except for the core matches perfectly, and even the core isn't bad. So like
Yeah.
that would be like the perfect Rooney for me. And as soon as it was minted, like I was drooling over it. And I watched a couple of the transfers that happened with it, but yeah, it's like now it's gotten to the point where like if I won the lottery, then I would absolutely just go buy it immediately. But in order to do that, I would have to play the lottery. So
Oh, I mean, it's just 6K. What, like sort of 6,000? No, not really unattainable. Just yeah, not really making any sense.
yeah, for someone who doesn't have a job, like it's not really there.
Yeah.
Like it's a dream and a wish, and I'm like I said, I'm just happy because Darkest Night. I was on Splinterlands TV on After Sounds time because I covered for No Empathy, and then After Sound came on afterwards and invited me to come
I
on with
remember
him.
I was listening like
Oh
I
yeah,
was
you
there.
were in that one whenever that happened. So yeah, I thankfully he was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and lend you a Rooney until the end of the season. I still have that Rooney, and I greatly appreciate it. I actually I sent him a little SPS the other day, and I did it on the Hive engine side. And so that I could put a memo with it, and it's just a small token of my appreciation for the use of your Rooney emblazoned upon the blockchain for all eternity.
And that's Darkest Night, right?
Yeah,
He was the one. Yeah. I mean,
he's an
he's
awesome fucking dude.
this.
I can't wait to have him on sometime as well. After Sound, like there's so many other people that I want to reach out to as well. Like and like I'm loving this interview series. I'm having so much fun with it. I'm so glad that I was able to get Crypto Stash's attention, and it was like, okay, well, I got to do something big because it's Crypto Stash. Like I can't just invite him on for one of my regular streams, whatever. And then so it was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and launch an interview series, and he's gonna be episode number 1. And I'm so glad I did because then I had Luke on last week, super fun. Had you on this week, super fun. Next week I have Raven. She's gonna be coming on all the way from Germany. She's a musical artist on Rising Star. works a lot with Nguyen, and like I've been wanting to talk to her for a long time, so super glad that I've had the reason to really reach out and get her on. Then week after that, I'll have Dwayne, and then I've also been reaching out to some other members that are like not involved in the Splinterlands community at all, or even in Hive like at all. Like I'm trying to really get out there. I've been talking to some people who are more just straight up crypto space, not even Web3 gaming, but just crypto. And I want to reach out to people that aren't even involved uh, in conversations about crypto at all. Like one of my life goals is I actually would love to be on School of Greatness with Lewis Howes or the Lex Friedman podcast. Like I would love to talk to those guys. And like it's totally just outside the realm of what we're doing here, but it would still be a great conversation. And like I period, like I'm all about having good conversations no matter what they're about. And Shinku in the chat is asking me to have the church conversation with Dwayne. It would go
Yeah.
viral, but I would also potentially lose a friend over it. And like, no, I'm not here to cause inflammation and just cause drama for no reason. Like, if
When we
it,
were having, when we were talking about it, Dwayne was the person I was thinking about. Like, probably wouldn't enjoy the video if he ever gets to watch it. But I mean, after, at end of the day, it's like a matter of opinion. Like everybody's
exactly.
entitled to their own opinion.
And like my problem is with religion, not with religious people. At least
Exactly.
most of them. There and when I have a problem with religious people, it's not because they're religious, it's because of their personality and their way that they go about it. Like Dwayne is not like he's got his faith and more power to you. And honestly, I've been there. Like I was working at my church when I was involved in it. I was leading Bible studies. I was driving the church bus. I was there 4 or 5 times. I painted my fucking church. Like I literally like my exposure to the world of commercial painting. The first start that I got was I was out of work for a little while, and my pastor helped me out by hiring me to paint the entire interior of the church, and it was a blast. And when I was at some of the darkest moments in my life, like yeah, the church is what helped me get through that. But it's also like it's a problem in the grand scheme of things. Like religion, it has its positive points, but overall, it's far outweighed by the negatives. And the manner of yeah, it was created just to control people, and more people have been killed in the name of religion than for any other reason in the history of the world. And that's the part that I'm talking about. It's the organization behind the religion that is actually the problem. It's not the religion itself, and it's damn sure not the religious people. Although the religious people who are trying to push things down people's throats like that, those are the people that I have a problem with. Like
Fanatics,
live and
yeah.
let live. I don't have a problem with your faith. Don't have a problem with my lack of faith. Like you can judge me based on me, not based on what I believe
Agree.
in. Go back to Alluvium, please. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with talking about Rooney, like whatever. What do you want to talk about, baby? I'm sure you've got topics that I have not thought to cover that you would like to talk about, and
Oh,
I'm
I'm
more than
curious. Uh, like, when did you come in the game? Like, how long you've been with Lance, and what brought you there?
um that's Splinterlands. I joined right at the end of Untamed. Like I think the first time I looked at the store, there were something like 40,000 Untamed packs left. So I joined before the SPS airdrop started, but not very long before the SPS airdrop started. Um, I knew about and was getting hyped up about the SPS before the airdrop started because my guild leader at that time was like really really high up on SPS. He was super stoked about it, and so he was teaching us all, making sure that everyone knew what was going to happen and whatnot. And that's how I know that like we were going to have the SPS staking and all of that was coming down the pipeline even back then. And I wish that I had treated the airdrop better, had paid more attention to exactly how that worked, because I at that point didn't have much of a collection, and so all of the DEC that I was earning, rather than save it for the SPS airdrops, I was putting it back into buying cards, because I saw that, well, DEC is worth points, collection power is also worth points, and the collection power helps me to earn more DEC. But I totally missed out on the differential there, and how much more points the DEC actually got you. And I should have held more DEC, and I should have sold some SPS into DEC to earn more SPS, and I would have been in a much better position had I done that. But it was also very new to Web3 gaming, and I mean, I've only been in crypto since December 2020. So like December 2020, I bought my first Bitcoin at about 20K, and like I'd been interested a little bit beforehand, but I really got interested in it probably about 3 months before that, as when I started doing hardcore research, and December's when I took the plunge. And then from that point, it was only a matter of time before I found out about Web3 gaming and started looking into it. And kind of what led me into Splinterland, the first one I looked at was Axie, but at that point the floor was like $1,000 for an Axie, and you had to get 3 of them. So there was no way I was going to be able to buy into Axie. So instead it was like, well, here's Splinterlands, it's $10 for your spell book, and you might not earn as much as you can in Axie, but it's also more fun of a game. Like, I did end up
Actual game.
yeah, I did end up, after a while, I secured an Axie scholarship for a little while, and I think I played it for 3 days, and I was like, fuck this. This is trash. This game is crap. And I just went back to Splinterlands. Like, I have a bunch of other projects that I'm involved in, but Splinterlands is the number one. And like most other games, like I'm making some profit, I'm pulling it out, and then I'm putting it into Splinterlands. Like Woo,
That's what I told you.
I made probably 1,000% return on Woo, and it all went back into Splinterlands. And now I've got 80 Woo staked or whatnot, just because when I pulled out of Woo, because of the way that their creators and community treated me, I just was like, well, fuck it, I'm done with this game. And so when I unstaked everything, of course I kept earning throughout the unstaking process, and so it was like, all right, well, what I have left in there, I'll just let that continue to build. So like every once in a while I'll go in and I'll claim my rewards and restake that and whatnot, and I'll let that build up until eventually over time maybe I'll have 1,000 Woo again and I'll sell it then. But I'm glad that things happened the way they did with that, because I watched the token like double from where I bought it, and then I got all the packs and whatnot, and then I've watched it go. Like, it used to be worth more than DEC, and that was when DEC was high, and now it's worth less than DEC significantly, and we all know what DEC has done. So like I'm still like
I mean, is your SPS?
DEC. It was, yeah, it was never it was very close to DEC when I like started getting into Woo, and then it kind of skyrocketed as Woo was getting close to their pack release, and that was when I bought in. I bought in a bit, and then for the pack release, it started skyrocketing before the pack release, and then I got the packs, and so I ended up getting a bunch even more than I had intended to. I got really lucky on the airdrops, and then they started making some announcements, and I started questioning some things, and then I started getting, rather than answers, I started getting heat, and that's like, when that's my first interactions with the community, like, that's not a very friendly and welcome reaction. So I'm like, okay, well, you know what, fine, I'll take my profits, and I did. And like that's exactly how things started with Splinterlands. Like I got in here and then I hopped in the like Discord and whatnot, and actually the very first person I had a conversation with was Brybro, and he was like, "Oh, you're new? Here, let me delegate you some shit." And he delegated me some shit, and I did not understand how good it was, but when I say he delegated me some shit, the only card that I remember off the top of my head was a gold foil flesh golem. Like, he delegated me some shit. Like, and yeah, that's an amazing card, and like the value and whatnot. And I've talked to him, a little bit since, and actually he's one that I need to reach out to get on here. But like, and then reached out to the when I started researching on YouTube, the first person I found was Kona from Splinterlands Guides, and so I started talking to him, and when I was talking about that Obsidian deck that I had built, I was long-term renting a bunch of shit from him. That's where I got the Oaken Behemoth and the Spirit Druid Grog, and like I had this amazing green deck, and I didn't have any other Splinter but green, but I would absolutely just fucking steamroll with green. And then started to realize that one Splinter is really not enough. So started kind of branching out from there, but I was kind of intentional about that too. It was like, all right, I'm going to put together this amazing green deck so that I have the go-to, and then I'm going to start branching out from there, and I'm going to start buying everything except green, because I don't need to buy green because I've got this long-term rental. And I had that for probably like 7 or 8 months, and I had a great deal on it. And then that, kind of fell through because he needed to make some moves with those cards. And I was like, all right, cool. It sucks for me, but you do what you do. Like, they're your assets. I understand. And then I started talking to Holozor, and I rented, I straight up rented a bunch of power from him. It was like I had a silver level deck that could get me into Diamond, and so I just rented enough power from him to actually be able to play in Diamond, and I rented it for like a year, and it came to the point where he was like, all right, I got to start making some moves. And I was like, yeah, do what you do. Honestly, you helped me get to the point where I don't need that power anymore. I'm good. I got it covered. So if you want to call it back early, no problem. In fact, and at that point, it was like, all right, now I'm starting to look for a max level deck. So I know you've got extra cards on that front, so let's start talking about that. And that led to where I'm at now with I've got all of his wild cards because he doesn't play wild. So I've, and I'm just paying him, half the SPS that I'm earning off of his cards. And it's like, okay, that works great too. Like, and so I've just kind of kept making those moves of, long-term rentals, because I love the rental system that we have. I love the fact that we have a rental system, but I don't love the ability for those rentals to be canceled, and it happens all the time. So like, yeah, granted, with the delegations that I have, like, they can be canceled at any time. They can be taken back with even less warning than, the rentals. At least, they cancel and it's 24-hour minimum. But you don't have any warning on it either. And because, these are with people I trust, I mean, and I've got the long-term rental of Lux from Jim. And that unfortunately might be ending soon, because he's got some offers and might be considering moving that Lux. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, like, oh well, I'm prepared for it. Like, and honestly, I'm not using her as much as I thought I would. So and I've
even though she's gold. Even though she's gold.
No, I don't have a gold Lux. Jim pulled 2 gold Luxes.
Yeah.
And he kept one. He traded the other one to Stever for a shit ton of other gold cards and a regular Lux and a shit ton of SPS. So the regular Lux is the one that I have. And now he's looking at possibly moving that as part of a trade for a gold Rooney, because Jim is really going hard on the gold only. And he was never interested in getting a Rooney except to get a gold Rooney. And so, like, I understand. It sucks for me, and I would rather not lose my Lux. But if it's for you to get a gold Rooney, like, yeah, do what you do. I understand. And I'll just figure something else out. I'm in the middle of negotiations right now trying to secure a level 3 Lily for a long term rental. And like he was talking about, like, I want to do 250 DEC a day. I'm like, how about I don't want to rent it per day? How about we talk about 4,000 DEC per month? I'm looking for a little bit of a discount because you don't have to worry about downtime, and I'm willing to, maybe go a little higher, but I'm not looking to do 250 DEC a day. That's what I'm paying for Lux, and granted, that's a hell of a lot less than the going rate is on Lux, but that's also part of the benefit of arranging those long term rentals. Like, I've been paying 1750 a week for a long time, and maybe if he doesn't decide to get rid of it, maybe he wants to renegotiate the price, and it's like, okay, well, that's also a reasonable thing. Again, I hope not, but I mean, I don't have any control over that. They're not my assets. That's the thing about owning versus renting. And so, like, of course, the plan was I want to rent Lux until I can buy Lux from you. Like, you're getting a shit ton of profit on the Lux. That's part of the reason why he got to begin with, was like he was purchased it full well knowing that I intend to rent it from you until I can buy it from you. So you're gonna have passive income until you have massive profit. Like, it's guaranteed because I can't afford to buy her, but I don't want to be without her.
Yeah, but now that there are some rentals, maybe things will change, like in that perspective where you can be more secure that at least for the season you have the cars that you want.
Yeah,
Probably
and that's
excited
why,
about
like,
that.
I'm driving a little bit harder bargain on the Lily this time, and why I'm not too worried about the Lux going, is because, yeah, at least I can do the season rental and to not have to worry about things being canceled. But at the same time, it's still, I feel like season rentals might actually be at a premium over regular rentals, or might be same or maybe a
Probably
little bit
not.
lower.
I mean, that might have been the case in the beginning because there was nothing implemented yet on peak monsters, nothing on Plex, but things will go back to normal and no, they're supposed to be more than the actual daily and
I would hope
because
so, even
yeah,
as someone who is renting out cards, because, like, basically all of my cards are rented out that I own, because the cards that I own really don't help me with building my deck for my main. So I've got a couple that are delegated to my. I've got a mini that is running on a bot, and I've got my rental account, which I've got a nifty deck on right now. So a bunch of, like, the single BCXs or whatnot, low level stuff, I am using on those accounts a little bit, but overall most everything is rented out. And i'm I'm doing the season rentals. I actually just had that couple days of no rental income whatsoever because I canceled everything so that I could do some recombining, some moves around and whatnot, and then put everything on for the season rental. So I'm hopeful that that the season rentals are going to kind of even out my income from that and make it a little bit more reliable, so I can kind of know what I'm getting. And we'll see where that goes. But I'm very excited at the fact that it exists. It's going to be wonderful for a lot of players. We'll see how good it is for me personally, but it's going to be definitely a game changer for a lot of players in general.
yeah, definitely. And I think you wouldn't have to worry about the prices until Ant's taking it on. Then the prices might take a dramatic shift, but until then, you'll be fine with the seasonal rentals.
Right. So, speaking of the rental market and whatnot, what's your opinion on this new 1DEC fee?
Well, I'm not a fan of it, but it is what it is. It's just like I think it would have been way better that they make the minimum price one piece. But then I'm biased, so uh, I'm using um, rental golem from Flex. So I hope they find some kind of solution that will work. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I mean, if they don't, I'll just pull back the cheap cards. I only leave the expensive ones, and I'm thinking the amount I'm getting from them will pay for more than pay for the fee that I have to pay for listing them. So at the end of the day, it's burning of DEC. It's a good thing. So I mean, as much as it's against my own interest, oh, I'm happy they found another way to burn DEC.
Right. I was actually not exactly what they did, but I was calling for something along those lines a long time ago, even before the DECB proposal, even like went during the DECB proposal, and I know that we were on opposite sides of that one. But like even then, I was like, maybe instead of a one-time massive burn of DEC, which is not going to do what they want it to do and is actually counterproductive because it's really just inflation. Um, what they needed to do was add in a consistent fee on the marketplace that got burned. And I was actually suggesting like an additional 0.5% or 1% rather than a flat 1 DEC. But either way, like adding something onto the transactions that is going to be burning DEC is going to get us a lot further than one-time use transactions like DECB. So we'll see how long it takes to actually make a difference, but I feel like it's a step in the right direction. And yeah, the one DEC is kind of weird with a lot of cards renting for less than one DEC a day, especially the ones that are 0.01 DEC a day.
That's my point. Like it might have made sense 0.01 DC when even then, but when DC was kind of like high in the clouds. But I mean, at this point, with these rental prices, just I think I don't see any reason for the minimum rental price not being 1 DC full stop.
Yeah, and
But
see if they had instituted a minimum rental or whatnot, I would have understood that as well, and maybe that'll be coming next after that fact as well, and whatnot. So I mean we'll see where it goes. I still think overall it's a net positive, but it is definitely going to shake up the rental market a little bit, and it's probably going to increase some rental prices, which maybe that is a net negative on new players, which is as y'all know, that's the thing I'm always focused on most is the new player experience. But I feel like overall what it adds to the game and the economy in general is going to be worth any kind of net negatives that come along with it, and it'll just be an adjustment period. Like I don't
well, it's
feel.
not. I don't think it necessarily will increase the price because you pay it once. Like if you put a reasonable rent amount, they said every time your card is rented out, it the duration refreshes itself.
Yeah, as
So
long
you
as it rents out at least once a month, then you're never
yeah.
going to have to pay the relisting fee. But I feel
So
like, it's so. I think it's going to drive down the number of like super duper cheap rentals available. Like it's probably going to kind of work against those zero point zero 0.01 DEC. It's probably going to push the 1 BCXs up a little bit. I don't think it's going to really affect like the huge like in max level cards. It's probably not going to affect all that much, at least by a function of percentage. But that's also what they're trying to drive is rent more, level up your cards and rent them leveled. Don't rent 1,001 BCX cards. That's what they're trying to drive, and I feel like it will be effective in that measure. And I think that that is also going to drive more business to Nifty, both in terms of people making Nifty decks rather than renting out their cards, and in terms of people wanting to rent from Nifty rather than rent from the market, which, I mean, six of one, half a dozen of the other. But I feel like overall, the amount of DEC that gets burned from this is absolutely going to make a big difference over time. And I feel like that's going to be, worth the shakeup. And obviously, things are just gonna it's gonna cause some shakeup, and then things are gonna settle, and we're gonna figure out how to work around it, and that the market is gonna do what the market do. So uh,
Yeah, I'm thinking more effect. I mean, this might have some minimal effect, but I think more of effect and something that I'm very excited about is the new ECR thing. I think that's where we'll see a lot of DC born and excited for it.
I am excited about the DEC burning aspect of the switch to the stamina. Um, I will hold my judgment until we have more specifics about it. But honestly, I don't mind ECR. I really kind of like the computational complexity of trying to figure out how to maximize your ECR because of the fact that it does affect your rewards. Like, I understand that there is a problem because it's something that the bot farms can take more advantage of and whatnot. But as a player, I like the way that it's kind of like adds that layer of, okay, well, I can try and maximize my rewards by keeping my ECR between 50 and 75% throughout the season, and then the last day of the season burn that motherfucker to the ground because I don't want to play for the first day or two of the new season because of the way that the rank change works. And I'm so glad that they changed the rank change as well. But
Yeah,
like that, I kind of enjoyed that complexity of ECR, and I'm going to be sad to see it go. And I hope that there is some aspect of kind of the ability to play with the stamina regeneration and whatnot to really maximize and customize your gameplay rather than just you get X number of games per day, and if you want to you can burn DEC to get more. Like, okay, that's fairly simple and straightforward. I understand it, it works. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but if we can add some additional layer of complexity to that, I feel like that's going to be a net win because that's part of what makes the game so fun.
yeah, and I'm just like I have nothing against the current ECR, but it's just the exciting part was like that now people can actually burn these
Yeah,
for
exactly. I'm
years.
all for the DEC burning part of it.
And knowing how plenty of games just survive on that, like how much of a purchasing driving factor that is, I think a lot of DLC will go down the sink, and I'm happy about it. Same thing with land and with starter packs and whatnot, like uh, time crystals that give you the opportunity to speed up your buildings. Yeah, that will be flying like hotcakes, I think.
Are you a landowner?
Yeah, I am
How many
fortunate.
plots?
Well, I mean, more than I can afford, but but we'll see how we get there. I have 107 plots.
Nice. You've
Yeah,
actually got more than Holosaur. Look at you, whale.
I'm anything but well, and that's why I was like, I made this proposal, like gathering community support by offering them time crystals. So I can get the free building on the plot. I mean, it didn't have much success. It's still ongoing. Maybe somebody will, like, with the closer we get, they will realize the value of the proposition. But anyways, and now so far I got like for two starter packs on half of the plots. Probably I'll go that round. Like if interest doesn't pick up, I'll just survey half. Then I'll sell however many I can from the time crystals and fund the other half.
Well,
So,
when you survey stuff, if you're looking to sell, I'm looking for a common mountain. I just want a mountain plot. Like,
oh no, I'm not selling land. If you if that's what you understood. Like, I'm just saying the time crystals that I'm going to get from those packs,
Oh, okay.
since
You're gonna sell the
since
time
they'll be
crystals.
yeah, since they'll be like worth around $20 each plot. Those are the money I can reinvest back into getting the rest of the plots. I'm not selling anything, man. It's just like
Gotcha.
uh, I barely like probably in my whole Splinterlands I sold maybe like 5 6 cars in total. I'm a hoarder.
Honestly,
Like
out of the second kind of land surveying proposal, the only thing I really didn't like on that was actually the time crystals being sellable, because
yeah, a
how in
lot of
the
people doesn't
fuck
like it,
does
but
that make sense for proof of time? Like that those should not have been transferable, and it's just like, my biggest problem with DECB
but
on the first
because
proposal was.
because the building the upgrade of the building time, it's actually only one of the factors. Yeah, you need a lot of other things in order to get to the point where you can actually upgrade the building.
Yeah, no,
And
and I
also,
get that, but time crystals should, in my opinion, time crystals should be one of those things that is you buy it from the company and it's yours. It's soul bound. Like, it does not make sense that you can, you know turn a profit on time crystals. To me,
why not? It burns DC. If it was soul bound, maybe a lot of people wouldn't want to go get that pack. But now it's a no-brainer. Now you're incentivized to whatever plans you had on your plots, add one more starter pack, which actually will pay for itself. So you're burning DC, you're helping the game in that regards, because that's what we need. You're getting you're getting profit from something that players would still be able to attain one way or another from the company. So like it's not breaking anything. Like obviously you have to sell it cheaper than the company will, and that might eat a little bit from the profit that the company can get from it. But at the end of the day, I think the time crystals themselves will be so huge and so much in demand.
I think your sound has cut out entirely.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, I heard your "oh it did," but the entire latter part of that argument I lost.
How about now? Do you hear me now?
I do hear you now.
Okay, so I was saying that I don't know which part you heard and which you haven't,
Well,
but
basically, you made the argument that it's burning DEC, so it's all right. But and my argument is that, well, you can still be burning DEC by buying it from the company. Like, that's how it should be done. If that's how it's being done to begin with, the pre-sale on the time crystals is burn DEC. Then to burn more DEC, make it not transferable. So if you want to buy crystals, you have to buy them from the company and burn DEC, which means if you buy more than you need, well, you're just going to have to hold them and use them in the future, because it's not like the necessity of time crystals is going to run out. You're going to be developing your property for a long time, but rather than introduce a profit margin to people to just get them and then undercut the company to sell them, why not? They're only available from the company. They're only available by burning DEC, just like DECB should not have been available for vouchers. If you're going to give these kind of discounts, don't give them multiple ways. Burn DEC for it and make that required, because that's the biggest problem with DEC was, first was that it was transferable. They fixed that. But second was that, okay, well, you can burn vouchers to make DEC. And sure, it's DECB, not DEC, but whatever. There's no difference between those two, when the only way for us to get the flywheel engaged is to burn through a shit ton of DEC. And in order to burn through that shit ton of DEC, now we have to burn through 2 billion DECB first, and over a billion of that DECB is coming from vouchers, not DEC. So that's what my argument against it was, is it's just a huge amount of inflation on DEC. And then not only like is this one is the 2 billion DECB, but it also opened the door that there are a potentially infinite number of DECB because they will just continue making more. When this one's over, there'll be another one. When that one's over, there'll be another one after that. And they can keep changing the price on it, the amount of discount. So, there could be a point in the future at which there's, a 99% discount on DECB, and you're just massively inflating then, and that's exactly the wrong direction when we're trying to get DEC up to par value to engage the flywheel to uh, cause SPS burning. That's why I'm so excited about land, because there's so much DEC burning that goes into that, but the DECB is the wrong direction.
I think you're missing the point. I mean, not that I think I have all the knowledge in the world or whatnot, but I think the whole point was down the line, down the road, there is infinite number of sinks coming to DEC. The problem is we don't have sinks now. So what they're creating sinks now, because as you said, people will be able to purchase from the company maybe like 6 months from now, whatever, like time crystals actually really needed when the production of land starts happening and whatnot. But now at this point, they'll be like, oh, if I don't need the crystals, why would I buy this starter pack? And they won't spend that DCB. They won't burn that DEC because not everybody will be spending DCB. Some will be probably burning DEC, but they won't make that expense now because they wouldn't be taking advantage of it. But since they know that okay, that's a return return and even doubling of your money, then it makes sense. Like every single plot that I have to make sure that on top of whatever I'm planning to get as a starter pack, I get time crystals as well. Because otherwise I'm missing on it. So those are like 150,000 plots, like whatever, if they all opened or not, but those are potential all plots that will have at least the time crystal pack purchased with them, at least for anybody that actually realizes that there is no way for them to lose on that deal. So that will be a lot of DC or DCB spent or DC burned that wouldn't have been otherwise if they were counting only on the uh, zinc that comes from the company 6 months from now when actually people will start needing those crystals. So
But
at that point, they'll be.
my argument on it is, yeah, okay, we don't have enough DEC sinks right now, and that is definitely true. But even if we had 140,000 plots surveyed as soon as surveying becomes active, and even if all 140,000 of those plots got all three of the starter packages, that still would not burn enough DEC to get us 2 peg. So it does not matter how much extra shit they put out there right now. Without continuous burns, we're not going to get there. So we're not, like, there is nothing they can do before land that will actually get us 2 peg. So everything that they're doing, like with DECB, that is providing inflation, is just pushing us further away from peg when we can get there, which is not until then. And so the like time crystals being uh, tradable or soulbound is actually irrelevant in terms of how much DEC is burned right now, because it's not going to be enough to get us to that point. It's
Well,
not.
no, but every little thing helps. That's why they put like the stamina thing. That's why they put up for the market thing. All those things by themselves, they wouldn't move the needle much. But together, maybe if not getting us there, at least it will move us closer to, and especially having in mind that in quarter two they're coming with the staking on land, which also would require putting DC in front, like from they're looking for patches that will at least keep uh, DC in check. So the moment that those things actually start being implemented one after the other, like the actual things that will take most of the DC burning, we are very close to, if not at peg. So every little thing here and there helps in a way because, as I said, you're saying that those 400,000, 10,000 each DC plus wouldn't help much or at all, but the inflation that is created also would be something totally negligible when we come to the actual things. The point was to get there without DC going to 50% discount, 60% discount, or whatever. If it keeps on falling, dropping down, they're trying to put some temporary bandages. That's how I see it. At least that's my understanding. And so they keep things in check until that moment where we can actually take advantage of the whole burning that is happening, and then it will be fast trip to peg, and then from that we know moon is next stop.
And yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that, and I don't really disagree because yeah, that's exactly how it's kind of going to work. But like they already announced even in the starter package like deal that when you get um, like the time crystal, the time vault, it's a 50% discount on those time crystals. So even if you don't have the ability to transfer them, there is still reason to buy them now as opposed to later. So having them be transferable, then all that does is stop more DEC from being burned later because you've got people that are buying it now that are going to sell it instead of using it. And
Yeah, but if I'm not going to use it, I'm not going to buy it neither because now, as I have to prioritize which plot I'm getting what, and they'll be like, can I afford to get time crystals if I'm not even going to use them? Like if maybe I won't need them, maybe I won't use them, and I definitely don't have the extra DEC. So why would I spend it on something that will be so bound? And yeah, while it will be useful to me, I can use that DEC somewhere else instead of just burying it into the ground and being forced to take advantage of it by using it. Whereas if I know that I can sell them for a cheaper price that they go on the market, then I'm like, okay, no matter what plot I get, whatever starter pack, the time crystal starter pack is a must. It will be on top of everything else that I'm planning to get on it. It's like something that I'm more like I feel obligated because otherwise it's missing out. And that's why I probably won't survey all of them at once because I cannot afford, and I'll survey only half, and then if whenever I can get from those crystals enough profit to survey the other half, then I'll make sure that on every single plot I have gotten the time crystal starter pack, which to be honest, I probably wouldn't have otherwise, at least for big majority of my plots. I would have probably for some, just to have some time crystals, but that many, there are other benefits to the land I can get with the other packs that I wouldn't be prioritizing them. Understand my point?
yeah, I
And that's
get
my
where you're coming
personal
from. I
point.
feel like most people are already going to be planning on buying all three because you're. I mean, if you're trying to be involved in the land game, then they're all kind of necessary because I mean, for people who only have one or two plots, okay, maybe not. But for anybody that's got a significant amount of land, they're going to be trying to get all three for every single one just
I cannot
because why would you not? Like
because I cannot afford. That's if you look at the 107 plots, for example, 30,000 DC each. That's over three something million DC. Something I
yeah.
don't I don't have, and I cannot afford to. So
But you
it's
even
like,
just said you're so your answer is not to survey without getting them. Your answer is to survey them in smaller chunks so that you can get the all of the starter kits for each plot.
but
Like you,
still not all. Still, that's what I'm saying. It's not all. I'll be getting two starter packs for each plot because it's unstable token, it's unstable totem. I just cannot afford it. So therefore, I'll be skipping it. But what I'm saying is, if I was like not having a direct benefit from the time crystals themselves, I would have been skipping them too. And then uh, it's coming where to the building in a box, which is kind of a gamble if you don't do it on all of the plots because you don't know what plot you're going to get. So that building might be way useless on some plots and way more useful on the others, but you cannot choose on which one you get it. So unless you get them all, it doesn't make sense because you might. So your with the RNG you might get buildings for your worst plots that are not much useful to you, and then leave your best plots without one. So it's it's something like I can go without the totem. I can probably go without any of those. But what I'm saying is, if I know instead of putting 100 plots with just building in a box on all 100 of them, I can do 50 with the time crystals and the buildings, uh, effectively burning the DLC for those.
you cut out
Two
again.
on the other
Now you're back.
on from the profit on the time crystals on these 50 plots, I will be doing 20,000 each. Like I will be doing two starter packs on the rest of the plots. So I'll be reinvesting it. But aside, if I wasn't having that profit from the DEC, from the time crystals, I would have been just doing the building in the box and that's it. Because that's the actual thing. That's a permanent uh, benefit that you're getting, and that's the only thing that I would be interested in, aside from being able to get some profit from the time crystals. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. If they were not transferable, I probably wouldn't have been able to afford to get them. Just to have some boost in production, especially when I know down the line if I have enough DC, I can just buy them from the company. So in this way, they stimulate people to actually use that starter pack even if they're not planning to spend money on time crystals. And that's an effective burn or spend of the ECB now, as opposed to whenever they implement the actual building upgrades and the actual usage of time crystals and stuff like that.
but
That's how I see it.
again, just like with the DECB, what that does is it's a little bit more burning now, but it's at the expense of burning later because every time crystal that you sell for a profit that you got for 50% off is basically every DEC that you spend on it is 2 DEC that would have been spent down the road. And so it is preventing burning of DEC.
But down the road, there'll be like 10 times more things, or even 100 times more things than there are now. So, in the grand scheme of things, those 2 DEC will be feeling like zero point 0.2 DEC because they wouldn't be have the problem with trying to find how to stabilize the token anymore. The question is, the token doesn't get out of hand before that with all these small little patches because as I said, I don't think the the, the rental uh, that they're implementing. I don't think the purchasing of stamina that they're implementing, all those things that they mini things that they're implementing now, I don't think any of them will actually do the trick. But it's a little bit here, a little bit there, and this way, at least they can keep DC at the price that it's at the moment, not letting it fall further. And that everything, as I see, it's with a point to go to the time where we actually have enough things not to worry about any more about DEC, and definitely not about the little inflation that DECB or the time crystals are bringing, because at that point it wouldn't even, I think, move the needle. That won't move the needle,
I,
in my opinion.
well, yes and no, because again, we're causing a little bit of DEC burn now, but again, by the time we get to the point where we are burning enough DEC that there's actually fluctuations in price, it's again just one step further away from getting there, and so it's like shooting ourselves in the foot because we think that's going to lower our mass and make us go faster. No, yeah, it did lower your mass, and so there's, a little bit less resistance to you moving forward, but you've got a hole in your fucking foot, and therefore your power moving forward is severely nullified. Like, every time that we are introducing these aspects where we're burning a little bit now and we're burning half as much later because of it, that is a serious thing. That is, and again, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you that we're not going to hit peg value until we get there anyways. And we're not going to get there until we have these massive sinks, that is, actual land gameplay. And there are a bunch of things along the way that can, add these little steps. But the fact of the matter is, by doing things like this that are reducing that demand later, even when we get to that heavy demand, we're talking about, more shit that we've got to chew through before we start making that difference, and therefore that is less time and less effective that the flywheel is actually engaged. And so what we're talking about here is not a 1 or 2 cent difference in the price of DEC. What we're talking about in the long run is a 10 or 20 cent difference in the price of SPS.
I understand, but as I said, I'll be happy by the time we actually start seeing those things, to have the conversation again, like retroactively, like once we are actually seeing the effects of it, because I'm a firm believer that once the proper things are implemented, it will be just within days that we'll see that peg value. I'm firm believer of that. I mean, my opinion, but still firm believer it. And I'm thinking it won't matter at all anything that was done inflationary up to this point, because it's something that wouldn't be even felt on. That's how I see it. That's how I think. And since obviously at this point we can only agree to disagree, I'm really curious to continue that conversation at the time where actually we can see the results and see if and how much it did affect it. And then you would like either I will be like, okay, Rick, you were right with your concerns, or you can say, okay, Bebe, you were right. I mean, it didn't even matter.
And
So
I respect that opinion as well. And of course, yeah, we will agree to disagree, and then we'll see. But even, when it happens, we can look back, and I'll be happy to have that conversation as well. But I don't think we'll actually be able to tell either way, because there are so many factors that are going into this that, regardless of which way it goes, this is just going to be one of a number of factors. And we're not going to be able to point to, okay, well, this is from DECB and this is from the time crystals. And I mean, it's all just going to be aggregated effects. And you're right that, because it is all aggregated effects, like, it's not going to have necessarily like a pronounced impact from this or from that. But that it is, like, what we're doing with these, and what I'm trying to point out is that, yeah, we're making a bunch of small changes now that are kind of helping us to get to that point. And when we get to that point, these small changes will be relatively small in comparison to the burn demand that we have. Um, but it's still like we're making more that we have to get through to get where we want to go. We're putting additional obstacles in our own path, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like it is in the end, when we start engaging the flywheel is when we start engaging the flywheel, and that's going to be, what it is. And I'm not saying that there is no positive effect of any of it along the way. I'm just saying that the net effect is negative, and that's it's something that I'm not going to be able to prove even at that point when were experienced it and when the flywheel is engaged. But like mathematically, that's just how the numbers work. And yes, if we get to the point where we're just burning billions and billions of DEC, then it's not going to have as big of an effect. But I also don't think that it's going to be like there's a switch where land gets turned on and immediately the economy is fixed. Immediately we're burning billions and billions of DECB or DEC. That's not how it's going to work, because a big part of what is going to make the economy work that is embroiled in land is there's going to be a shit ton of transactions that go along with land gameplay, and they're all going to be two transactions. Like if you're swapping wood into stone, you're not burning wood, you're not burning stone. You are swapping wood into DEC, and some DEC is getting burned. Then you're swapping DEC into stone, and some DEC is getting burned. So every time you're doing one of those transactions, you're burning DEC twice. And that is what is going to really put that pressure on DEC and engage the flywheel. But that's not going to be an immediate you turn, like land gameplay happens and the next day overnight all of a sudden everything is magical. No, that is that applied consistent burn pressure that is exactly what I'm supporting about the 1 DEC fee. Like those are how we get that going. These massive burns, yeah, it helps, but it's not going to actually affect any kind of price change, because as soon as these burns happen, price starts rising, people start selling into that pressure. And that's why, with everything that's been going on, the price of DEC has not changed.
Yeah, which means it hasn't fallen neither. Even though we didn't have like best of markets last few days, it's just keeping steady because it's not like little by little. It's not. It's the team is not printing that much anymore anyways. So little by little, it's going away. And on top of what you said about the resources, not only a certain amount of DC will get burned, but there will be millions and millions, if not billions, of DC locked to all those contracts. Because all those contracts, in order to put some grain on the market, you have to lock up some DC in a pair. If you want to put some stones on the market, you have to lock some DC on the pair. So all these LPs that are there, they'll be all locked DC, which you cannot really move. Or I mean, you can if you don't want to profit from it anymore. But that's a lot of locked DC as well, so it will help even further. But I was talking more about the things that are coming relatively sooner, because the resources, I don't know, maybe by the end of the year we can have them, maybe not. But staking cards on land, where you have to put DC on it to start staking them, it's a locked DC. The same thing will be happening probably with the tower defense as well. You have to lock certain probably DC in a certain card, like to get your cards from Clinterlands into your towers. You have to probably lock some DC as well. And the more it's locked, the less is out there in the wild. So that, as you know, also makes it very prone to fast changes in the price. So as long as we're diminishing we're like removing from the liquid DEC, the more we remove from that, the easier it will get to actually go to peg once we are ready to do that. Because when there is low liquidity, the price moves way sharper.
Yeah,
So
and that is something that I hadn't really thought about on that side. Is you are absolutely 100% correct that as more DEC gets locked up in staking and in the liquidity pools, that will cause many effects to be felt a lot more strongly, and that is an aspect of things that I had not fully kind of considered. So thank you for bringing that up. Um,
you
and yeah, that I can absolutely see your point on there, and it does kind of provide a kind of salient counterpoint to the inflation argument, but at the same time, like I feel like a lot of the community is just kind of hand waving the inflation that is being made in these circumstances, and it's not irrelevant. Like it is a real thing and it is a problem, and it's something that might not be as big of a problem as I was thinking about it because of facts like the added liquidity pools that are going to be made, and therefore the reduction in liquidity of DEC as a whole. And yes, thankfully, the faucet has been shut off to the actual printing of DEC. Like and obviously not fully shut off. It's still leaking a bit, but also I feel like a lot of people have been really railing against like the leaderboard rewards and being
yeah, I
able to
know.
burn cards for DEC. And in all honesty, I don't think that those are problematic. We're talking about like less than a quarter of a percent per month. Like these are small numbers. These are I'm not saying it's not at all a problem. I'm not saying it can't be changed, but it's really not an issue in the face of making 2 billion DECB, like making 7 million per month in leaderboard rewards is nothing. And you know what? Make it DECB that is fucking given out from the leaderboard rewards. Make it something that's already kind of pre-burned, whatnot. I'm fine with that too. Make it packs. I don't care. Like I'm not
I am
opposed.
with you on that. I mean but I'm also biased because I don't play for leaderboards anyway. So for me, wouldn't care less what kind of they're getting. But them getting DEC is still DEC being printed. So yeah, I'm totally for give them something else. It it would have been a conversation for a while. It probably will get to the point where, although Matt keeps on saying it's insignificant, yeah, probably. But on your point, I don't think the inflation is that people are waving it off, and I don't think you said it's without any effect. I don't think it's without any effect. I just think the effect that it has is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And the whole idea is, as I said, probably to reduce the amount of liquid DEC because that makes the coin easier to direct to navigate into the direction you want once you get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what do you think what do you think the high point on DEC is going to be? What do you think it's going to reach before, the flywheel actually starts becoming profitable enough to really kick in and SPS starts getting burned? Like do you think we go to, a buck 10 on the 1,000? Do you think it happens at a
I
dollar
doubt.
8, a buck 5?
I think it will happen at back five because people will be ready with their bots already to take arbitrage opportunity. I don't
But
think it will
also
go.
remember that when you burn that dollar worth of SPS, you are not getting 1,000 DEC. You're getting 975, or
Yeah,
is it
that's why I said
950?
1.05, which is like the break-even point. So at that break-even point, anything above that will be an arbitrage opportunity, and we know that bots don't discriminate whether it's pennies, whether it's fractions of pennies. As long as it's a profit, it's a profit. So yeah, I'm sure that will be set up already long before we even reach there. So I don't think it will go anywhere. Well, probably, I mean, in a spike it can reach to 1.1, but I don't see it going anywhere more than that, because whenever there is opportunity, like arbitrage opportunity, there are people that are taking it. Not really people. I mean, people with
People
prepared.
running
Like,
bots, yeah, because
yeah, because people
people are not going to be
wouldn't have
fast enough to get that. Like,
wouldn't
I
have the
know I
chance.
am never going to arbitrage
Yeah,
SPS
me
versus
neither.
DEC. I'm just
Me
like,
neither.
yeah, I was like, because you're right. When everything gets locked up, like there will be that moment where there is the shock to the system, and so
Yeah.
like yeah, that's what I was asking. I know it's not going to stay up at a buck 10 or a buck 11 or a buck 20, whatever. It's we're going to find that equilibrium of, that point where the profit is 0.001%, but it's still worth doing, and then that's where things are going to lock at, and we might fluctuate 1 or 2% from there, but it's going to be a fluctuation and then right back, and that's only going to happen like when a major move is made. But like when it actually kicks in, I feel like that there might be that one move that actually is massive enough that it pushes it up to, you know, not significantly higher than that break even point, but not insignificantly higher either. And that's why I was saying, like, what do you think that actual break point is, and what do you think the highest is that we ever get when that
Be
happens
honest.
before it really settles in on that?
To be honest, and I'm serious about that. I think two options for me. There are two options. Either by the time we get close to that thing happening, before it happening, there will be already bots set up on the market
Oh, I'm sure the
for
bots
that
are already set
price.
up. Like they're waiting.
And the other thought. If not, then they're already existing now. So they won't just the way they operate, they just won't let the price go way higher than, like, no matter the spike, the moment the price reaches the whatever threshold they're set at, it's instantly bought. So they'll absorb, in my opinion, all of the DC above 1.1. Let's say, let's give some room to wiggle, but anything about 1.1, I think it will be absorbed immediately from bots that are already there. So I, to be honest, I don't see it getting it above 1.1, even for a conceivable fraction that you can actually do something about it.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's probably true actually. Like when we're talking about bot speed, that's absolutely well worth considering.
Maybe if you have order set at 1.2 on the market, it might hit, like in the spike, it might go and actually fulfill that order. But if you're thinking of having time to actually act on a price higher than 1.1, I don't think it will be ever possible. That's my opinion. I don't have to be right, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, but it's a strong and valid opinion. I feel like you're probably more right than incorrect on that one. I am going to call a short intermission here because I have had a full pot of coffee and definitely need to go get rid of some of it. So I will let you have the audience and talk about whatever you would like for a moment, and I will be right back.
Um, okay, welcome to the Bebeomega show. I guess we have audience. So, um, I see only card campaigning commenting, but maybe I can look over it. Mandala effect. Ooh. Okay. Maybe it was connected with something I said, but I cannot really connect it. So, if Carrot Campaign want to actually uh, say what he meant, that will be useful. Even though, as I see from the YouTube, Rick is still talking, so he's probably not on his intermission yet. But maybe we can get some conversation going before he comes back, or if not, it will be just me ranting for like talking gibberish for some minutes until he's away. Because if, yeah, let me type something in chat so I know that actually it's moving. Okay, yeah, it is moving. So yeah, I guess nobody is talking much. Vensten Wolf, what's up, homies? Vegas isn't what it used to be. Well, yeah, nothing is what it used to be. Uh, we used to be having burgers for $3, $4. Now you can hardly find anything below $10, but life goes on, and hopefully Rick is almost about to be back, so I don't have to talk by myself. And not that I'm not used to from my Splinterlands TV streams, but still, I'd rather have conversation. Nobody in the chat seems to be wanting to have a conversation. Or maybe we talked for so long that we actually lost our users and his users. But yeah, it seems to be only me and you, Rick, and not even you, just me. So, oh, nice to see you heading back.
Alrighty, we are back.
Yeah, I was having some monologue with myself since nobody else was visibly around. You can check your video later.
I'm not worried about it. I trust you to not get me demonetized or stricken or anything like that. But
Oh,
yeah, so I know you mentioned that you're in a bunch of liquidity pools and you also do a bunch of staking. You're a big fan of the passive income side of things. So, what are you, like most inclined to do when you're earning rewards or when you're putting in fresh capital or whatever? Are you more like, do you, is your first instinct kind of to go staking or liquidity pools or like reinvesting? How much, do you try and keep dry powder? Do you like what's your kind of go-to strategy?
anything that gets me pacific.
Fair.
Basically, that's like if I have to choose between two things, and one of them is kind of giving me a decent amount of money now, but the other is giving me passive income for long periods of times. I would probably go with the passive income, and that's just because I want to get to the point where I actually stop freaking working because I'm tired of, like, for the
Right.
past year
100%.
and a half. For the past year and a half, I had maybe 2 or maximum 3 days off. Days, like for the total year and a half.
Yikes.
And that doesn't make me happy. I mean, it's not a hard job. Like, I'm driving, so it's like I'm like my own boss, but I'm just forced to work every day to cope up with all expenses and stuff.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'm definitely looking forward to getting to a point where I can work just whenever the hell I want to,
Yeah,
and
work, and
probably
not
not.
only work when you want, but work on what you want. Like,
Yeah, and do.
while driving is, not necessarily the most difficult job or anything like that, it's still something that you are doing at someone else's behest on someone else's time, and when you would rather be doing other things. So I'm totally with you
Yeah.
on that. Have you heard of Atlas Earth?
That's the game
Yeah,
or the program. I
yeah.
have heard about art. Probably is the same thing. Like the other AAA game that was coming around when people were talking about Illuvium.
No, this
Is
is
that the one?
definitely not a AAA game, but it's a good passive income generator, and uh, I'll send you some information on it off stream and
Sure.
whatnot.
Yeah.
But basically, it's a location based thing, so it's kind of tied to your GPS. It's a mobile, obviously. And so you basically wherever you're at, you can just basically the entire world is divided into like 5 by 5 foot parcels, and with every parcel that you buy, you earn passive income every second of every day. And I mean, for the common parcel, it's literally point 0.8 zeros 1 1. So, but it's per second. So, and then there's rares which give you 16, and epics which give you 22, and legendaries which give you 44. But it's a very small amount, but it is every second of every day forever. And
Or definitely look
like
good, yeah.
I've gotten to the point now where I own just under 150 parcels, and I'm earning about $1 a day. And then there are things you can do within the game, like you can watch ads to increase your rent. You can watch ads to get more Atlas bucks, which is how you buy the parcels. And like if I send you my referral code, then whenever you start, you buy 10 parcels, and I get one free parcel, and you get two free parcels. And so that, and they're I mean, they're not super expensive. They start at $5, and if you buy more, then they drop in price rather significantly. So it's a long term ROI. It's not a huge percentage or anything like that, but there are multiple ways to kind of increase the compounding on it, and it's something that I've been having some fun with for quite a while, and I've gotten a few people into, and it's treating me pretty well. And that's actually where a lot of my Splinterlands investment comes from. Is you get up to $5 on there, and you can cash out to PayPal. So I actually don't cash out at 5. I wait until I get to 10, since the minimum to spend on Splinterlands to get credits is 10. So I get $10 on there. I cash it out to PayPal, and then I put it into credits on Splinterlands. And
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with coins. You just purely you pay with PayPal and you get paid with PayPal.
yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's not really like the Atlas bucks that are on there. At least as far as I know, there aren't any plans to make it like
Yeah,
an actual crypto to remove from the game, or put on any exchange, anything like that. So it's literally just U.S. dollars in, U.S. dollars out, and then just Atlas bucks is what's used in the game. And so like you can actually get parcels for as cheap as $4, because it like I said, it's $5 to cash out. But once you get $1 on your in-game U.S. dollars, then you can use that dollar to buy 25 Atlas bucks, which a parcel costs 100. So doing it that way is the cheapest way to acquire
yeah,
more parcels, because then it's $4 a pop. But you can watch an ad every 20 minutes, and that gives you two Atlas bucks for free. And so I generally, I don't necessarily keep up on that all day every day, but every day I'll do that at least a few times, maybe a dozen or so. And so at least once a week I'm getting an additional parcel just for free from watching those ads, and I never even pay attention to them. I just hit the button, do something else.
yeah,
I've probably watched a good 15 of them while we've had this interview.
yeah. Exactly. You can do it like I have all the time in the world where I'm wondering what to do, and yeah, definitely they can run in the background without even bothering me.
Exactly. It's brilliant, and I love a lot of things about it. And the fact that it's location based is also really cool, because it's like, and there's a passport system in it. So like whenever you go somewhere else, you can pick up passport badges from there. Per city, per state, per country, and then
Like Square, remember Square? It wasn't for long, but there was a program called Square. It was like similar to Facebook, but you check in every place you go and you earn some badges. But yeah, that wasn't about earning or anything. It was just
yeah, I don't
for
know anything about
bragging rights.
Square, but yeah. So, well, and when as you collect more badges, it actually gives you a multiplier on your earnings. So, like right now, I have a 5% bonus, and then I get three more passport notches, and I'll have a 10% bonus. So and then that goes up to I think 25 is the highest you can get on your passport bonus. But and then your like there's a boost which is times 30 on your earnings, and you can for watching an ad that lasts for an hour, and you can get up to 6 hours deep on that. So like every 6 hours I just watch six more ads, and I basically maintain a times 30 modifier at all times. Like there's a couple hours every night when I go to sleep and I max it out, and then it's gone by the time I wake up. But that's just a couple hours a day that is not. And other than that, I'm basically perma boosted.
Yeah.
And then they run events where that boost gets increased to like times 50 and whatnot. And it's something I've gotten Jim in on, and a couple of others. And like even I was talking to Jim about it last night, and he'd completely forgotten about it for a while, but he logged in and pulled it up, and he'd made like $4. He's only been at it for a couple of months, and it doesn't have nearly as many parcels that I do and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, it's awesome. Like even if you
Yeah, definitely will check it out.
are you looking into any other projects currently? Anything that you're looking forward to aside from Alluvium?
To be honest, no, that's why I said like for a long time now, I've been like whatever I've already invested in, I cannot stretch myself any further. So I'm
Gotcha.
like, what's the point of even looking at it if I cannot afford to get in? And I cannot afford to get in because the place that I'm involved, it requires a lot more than I have at the moment. So it doesn't make sense for me to spend anywhere else.
Yeah, that's why I have been, trying to keep an eye out for other opportunities though, is because there is so much in Splinterlands that I want that I can't do. If I can, earn a bigger return somewhere else, then and then put that into Splinterlands, it helps me to get to my goals faster than just putting it on Splinterlands. So there's one on Hive that I've been really excited about called Astral Revelations that we should be seeing the beta for next month, or next quarter, sorry. And then we should be seeing the actual gameplay Q4. And so I've got some passive staking already going on that, some passive earnings from it, and I'm very excited to see the gameplay because it's one of the first projects where I actually like went through and read the entire white paper live on stream, and it sounds like it's going to have some really engaging gameplay, and it's definitely something that I want to be in on the ground floor of. And between now and then, I've got a bunch of passives going, and it's working pretty good. And then also like Newen, he's the one that's on Splinterlands TV right now. He is actually the music creator for the game, and so like he's the one that told me about it
Oh,
and whatnot. And he's a great guy. Do you actually like know Newen?
yeah, New One X.
Awesome. Yeah, he's
It's one of my three favorite Latino streamers.
fair
They
enough.
actually all, they actually all three. I only three, but yeah, I like all Kraken, Venup, and Newen. That those are our Spanish speaking streamers, and I like them all three of them.
Yep. Yeah, I'm less familiar with Van App just because of timing and whatnot. Newen is
Yeah.
actually one of the first people who, like, when I started streaming and first got into Rising Star, especially, he's one of the ones that was really early on in my streaming career on my personal channel, was hugely supportive of me. So we've been pretty good friends for a good while. And then yeah, obviously just his schedule kind of changed to the point where we haven't seen as much of each other lately. And then usually like during this time when he's on Splinterlands TV, I would normally be working. So we've caught up a lot more recently, but great guy, and I'm super happy that I met him as early as I did. Probably would not be where I am now if it weren't for his assistance and intervention. Um, but yeah, definitely super stoked to hear about him having an official involvement on a project, and glad that that brought my eyes to it because I've been fucking bugs. I've been pretty happy with the returns I've been getting there already, and just looking forward to the gameplay actually happening because it sounds amazing, and I can't wait to start streaming some of that. And
Yeah,
maybe
I'll
I can.
definitely look into it. I just don't think I'll be able to get involved for the time being, but I mean, you never know. Sometimes I just decide things on the spur of the moment, and I'm like, okay, let me sell this and put it here.
Right. Yeah, that's I basically like I'm pulling out of a lot of stuff on Wax, and just consistently putting up more NFTs on that market, and every time they sell, I'm taking that Wax and I'm bringing it over into Hive and turning it into swap Bitcoin and putting that into liquidity pools with random ass shit that I'm earning off of my other liquidity pools. So yeah,
Oh, but when
definitely.
you were talking about side project here, probably I mean worth mentioning Splinter Forge because that's a way to earn some DC.
Yep.
So
Actually,
that
I'm not even selling my forge into DEC, and I'm not putting much of it back into the game. Almost all of my forge is going into the Forge
LP.
DEC LP.
Yeah. Well, I have it in I have sold some, but for me everything is profit because I was participating in the beta, which got me some Forge airdrop, and unlike any of the people that got that airdrop, I didn't sell it. I just put it into packs, and then I opened those packs. So now I'm like playing with house money, and every now and then when I get enough DC, you just put it like enough Forge to make it meaningful to transfer to DC. I just do it, and the token lost some peg in the last few days, but I think now with the market things might go back to normal sooner than later. So yeah, it's a way to passively earn something that I can put back into the game, which is fine with me.
Yeah, so I've kind of got a similar and yet different story with Splinter Forge. I was actually involved in the alpha, and I got airdrops from the alpha. I did not get airdrops from the beta because I was not as involved with that one. But
Actually, that was like I think alpha was what I was thinking is better. They called it alpha, and then when they put the release, they called it beta. So I'm talking about yeah when there were like 20, 30 people in the game, and where they were still with the old graphics, and when 1 and 7 were almost indistinguishable. Yeah, that's the time I'm talking about. But
yeah,
and that's the airdrop I'm talking about. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. So like yeah, I was in the before the first server reset. I was actually when the
yeah.
first server reset happened. I was huge into it, and like I was number one on the bronze leaderboard, number two on or number one on bronze, number one on silver, number two on gold, number three on diamond. And then none of those bosses ended up dying because that was when the server reset hit. And so that kind of crushed my soul because I'd worked so hard to get there, and then it didn't happen. And I'd done a bunch of bug reporting and whatnot. And so then the server reset happened, and some of the changes that were made I didn't particularly care for. Plus, that was at the same time when I was really focused on instigating a new plan in Splinterlands. And so for most of the beta, like I kind of messed around with it a little bit. Um, After the first reset, before the second reset, messed around with it a little bit, but I didn't do nearly as much. Um, and then when the game went live, like I had sold all of my forge from the first airdrop, but I went ahead and got a bunch more, and I won a pack, and then from that pack I went ahead and I bought a few more packs, and then I just started taking that forge that was airdrop daily and just kept putting that into packs, putting that into packs, putting that into packs. So I did get my 50 packs for the guaranteed Nartor's ring, and then when I checked the airdrop, I actually got 3 Nartor's
Yeah,
rings.
me too. But
Nice.
I combined them into a level two.
Oh, see, I didn't actually
Probably
even realize that 3 of them would
should
combine. Um,
probably shouldn't have to, but I did.
well, don't worry. You're gonna feel less bad about your combining the three into too than the rest of my story, because I opened those 50 packs, 51 actually, because I had won one from J.R. Smith on a stream somewhere. Um, so I opened those 51 packs, and I had like 5 legendary pieces and like 6 or 7 epic pieces. And then rent came up for January 1st, and I ended up selling because there was no market, there was no prices, like nothing had
Yeah,
really been sold
it would
yet.
be.
I ended up selling all of those legendaries and all of the epics and all 3 of the rings, and I got $34 for them.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, I sold 3 Nartor's rings for $34.
Decisions, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, it helped you pay the rent, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. So like I can't feel too bad about it because of that. And to be honest, I'm honestly still in profit. Like
yeah,
as bad as it hurts to see those fucking rings for $120 now, is like I'm still in profit from this game. And
because you put that.
yeah, exactly, because I put in the time, and and also, like, not only that, but the lessons that I learned from that alpha, while they're not as applicable now because things have changed a little bit and whatnot, and also I don't have the setup that I did then, because what I just had some ridiculous runes and whatnot from, because when I got into it, Mitri Man is actually the one who introduced me to it, and he sent me enough to where I was able to buy like 150 crates and 150 bags. And so I didn't even bother with combining any shit. I just had legendary fucking everything. And I had the most just ridiculous setup, because this was also at the point when I had some crazy stupid fucking cards. So like I was able to run a setup where I had Tarsa and Immortalis, or not Immortalis, Tarsa and Wraith as my summoners, and then I had 3 Inspires on my team, and I was running Shield Bearer with 2 Resurrects and 2 Repairs, and then I had um, Carnage Titan and Dampier Infiltrator with the double strike and the 1.5x damage, and they just survived forever because I've got the shield bearer taunting with the void armor and so many repairs and so many heals and 2 resurrects. And so Carnage Titan was just smashing for 9 damage twice per turn. Dampier Infiltrator was smashing for 7 damage twice per turn, and they're just going just surviving forever because I had a ridiculous fucking setup. Like I was running Tarsa without a single red card. I ran Tarsa just for the fucking +1 attack.
I remember in the beta when you were burning items, actually the cost, like the forge that you're getting for burning, was more than it cost you to buy a pack. So I was just buying, keeping all the legendaries, burning the rest, buying packs. Like for one, then I maxed everything out. And obviously that's not the case with the game, because I mentioned it even then. I said I don't know if it's a bug or whatever. But no, we just made it like to be easier for people for testing and whatnot. But yeah, for one day, I literally, with I think 100 packs before I started, I literally maxed every legendary and every rune and whatnot, because yeah, there was like this exploit that you can actually burn for more than it cost you to get the pack.
That's tight. That's dope. I did not discover that one. Um, but yeah, like it makes sense how he had so much to throw around then. But yeah, of course, it's just testing, and it
Yeah.
helps you out when you've got the shit to test to be able to actually test and
They
whatnot.
said like anyways we're going to reset them before the game starts, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. And I did find a lot of bugs and a lot of problems and whatnot, and reported all of that, and I feel like I had a tiny hand in the development of the game as it is now. Obviously, I'm not taking any credit for it or anything. I'm, tiny hand. All I did was find some problems and help find solutions. Um, but yeah, it's so cool that we have this entirely separate game where you can use your Splinterlands cards to earn an additional return, and that it
Definitely.
is so easy to then take that return and put it back into Splinterlands or reinvest it into Splinterforge to and also I like the fact that they're coming up with the minimum to earn. It's kind of like Splinterlands is, because yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like there is probably a problem with that
No
ecosystem
more
currently of
looks.
people just putting in next to nothing and taking all of the profit back into Splinterlands.
Yeah. No
Like
more
that's
naked
part of the reason
heroes.
why I do, like, all of mine goes into the liquidity pool, rather than directly going back to Splinterlands. Like sometimes I'll take some out of the liquidity pool and put it into Splinterlands, or sometimes I'll take the DEC that I've got paired against that forge and use that to pay my Lux rent or whatever. So it's not like none of it goes back to Splinterlands, but a lot of it is either adding to the ecosystem directly or indirectly. Sometimes I do reforge stuff trying to get a gold piece of equipment, or sometimes when I get to the point where I've got 20, 30,000 forge, then I'll probably take 5, 10,000, or 6 or 9,000, put it back in and buy a couple more packs and whatnot. But right now I've got 3 legendaries, and other than that, I'm all rare, and so I'm content with running that for right now, and just continuously tweaking different strategies and whatnot. And I know I'm not going to be really fighting for the leaderboards. Every once in a while I'm on there, especially early in the boss, when right after it resets. I'll sometimes be top 20, top 30 for a little while, but usually by the time they die I'm like 120, 130. So if I wanted to be really serious about it, I could pretty easily optimize my use of stamina and buy a couple more pieces of gear and put a legitimate fight for 90 to 80th to earn some of those leaderboard rewards. But at the same time, like, um, I I don't have that time to be that active throughout the day. So I'm more than content to just do the battles I can and earn a couple forge here, a couple forge there, put it all
Yeah.
into the LP, and just be passive on the earnings.
Yeah. It was a pleasure, Rick, but I would just like I woke up 2:30 in the morning since I was doing early Amazon shift. So I think I need to get some sleep. But
Absolutely,
it
man.
was a blast, and I thank you for having me. And any point we can continue this conversation, just let me know. I'll be more than happy.
Absolutely. It was wonderful having you. Thank you so much for joining us. If you want to go ahead and let these wonderful people in the audience know where they can find you, and when I get it uploaded on the YouTubes, I will of course include all of your links in the description.
Yeah, well, I stream on mainly, let's say, I stream on Splinterlands TV Wednesdays, 8 to 10 in the morning Pacific, and Sundays, 8 to 9 in the morning Pacific. And that will be until they change the time, which is like in a week or so. It will be
12th, I
1 hour
believe, so
later.
9 days.
Yeah, so it will be 1 hour later then. But aside from that, I'm always available on Discord. I need my handle there is Bebeomega, so that's pretty much. And my Twitter is LUBZDR. Anybody wants to reach for me on Twitter as well. But pretty much, Discord is probably the safest bet.
Alrighty, well, thank you again, and hope you get some good rest. I'm probably also about to go and take a nap myself. I was streaming until 6 o'clock this morning from my stream last night, starting at midnight, and I actually intended to do a short stream, but it didn't work out that way because I had Jim join
Probably,
me, and then as soon as he left,
but
I
it
had
was
Molazor join me. But it was fun.
it was a blast. So I
Uh,
enjoyed every minute of it.
Absolutely. I enjoyed having you on as well, and really getting to meet you. I know we've had a couple of kind of short conversations before, but never really felt like I actually knew you, and now I do. So it's definitely glad to have that conversation to build some camaraderie, and I'm definitely looking forward to your streams even more now when
Like,
I happen to be awake to
likewise,
catch
man.
you.
Like, see you around, man. See you around Splinterlands TV. And
Absolutely.
go
Thank
get some Monster March prizes.
hopefully, I definitely have my eyes on that Alric. I know everybody else
Me
is really
too. So
pumped about the kitties and the gold foil llama, and it's like y'all can have those, but that Alric, that's Alric.
oh, that sounds like that sounds exactly what I'm saying as well. But I will see. I mean, made the luckiest win. But I'm sure I'm 100% sure it will go to neither of us. But it's good to to trim a bit.
Right? Exactly. Alrighty, man. Well,
Okay.
I will
Thanks
let you
again.
go. Thank you very much. And for those in the audience, make sure you go and give Bebe a follow on Twitter. Make sure you hit him up on Discord. And for those who are watching the replay, please make sure you like, share, follow, and comment and help with that algorithmic goodness. And I will catch y'all on the flip side. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.